Testing, testing. Can you hear?
Testing. Yep. I can hear you. How do I sound?
I can hear you pretty well.
Okay, cool. Great. All right. Well, we are live. Welcome to day 2 of the Canadian Crystal Cup. Today we are going to find out who will be representing the North American team at the Final Fantasy World Championships in Japan. I'm very, very excited to have a lot of different games going on. We have two of our players that have graciously sat for our interview. We have Mike Powell here on the mic. How you doing, my friend?
Doing good, buddy. How are you?
Living the dream, man. Not living the dream like you. I'm out here at my house. You know, you're out there grinding. Um, how has your tournament experience been so far? I know this matchup is a pretty unique matchup. Walk me through your tournament bracket for today, and what is your strategy going into your top 16 round?
All right. So yesterday, overall tournament went well. I think so. My two losses were to Anthony Apico, who was on Earth Lightning. It was mostly a case of I kind of like just bricked on backups, and he saw multiple Heck 3s at the opportune times that really like set me back, and he ended up getting him there. And the other loss was, who did I lose to? Tori. I lost to Tori. Because I'm basically destined to lose to Tori every time I play him.
The monster matchup is just rough too. I think it can be rough for Warrior of Light sometimes.
It can. This weekend I actually cut a lot of my monster like hate from the deck. To kind of just add more
just in time to play
hate.
monsters in for the Materia Cup. Just in time.
Yeah. But I cut it for more Yuna and Knights, like tech cards, and ended up playing against monsters. Like, oh no, not this way.
Not like this.
But for top cut, obviously play against DJ first. I try to approach it one matchup at a time because like we don't know if we're gonna get to the next round. So no point in stressing too much about the next opponent. But the Knights matchup, he should be favored for the most part. It's not the best matchup in the world. I have to try to prevent him from taking me from 2 to 7 because like if he wants to put me at damage 3, I'm okay with that. That's when my deck suddenly wakes up.
Oh yeah, that's where your deck goes nuts. You know, if you can get the Ferris triggers just all out and just kind of like melt his board, it's very. But it is hard because you have to kind of know when to put pressure and know when to put you to like from 2 to like 7 where it's not dramatic.
Yeah.
So are you going to be relying more on your burst, just in general, or do you think you're going to just play this slow, methodic game and kind of grind up into it?
We're gonna play it just the way, like, basically how we draw. It's gonna be really dependent on that. The bursts are extra in my opinion. Like I don't ever try to play to the burst. There are a lot, and we would very much like to hit them. But it's never guaranteed. I've had so many games where I just don't hit a single burst out of my 50% burst deck. So we can't live and die with them. We have to actually play the game that's in front of us, and if we get extra off our damage, then yay, we're happy with that. If I somehow make it past him, I think I play the winner of Tori and Tim. Yeah. So it's a tough battle through top cut if I am to win today.
Oh yeah,
no matter what.
yeah. I think no matter what. But I think that you've stood such a great test throughout all these MCs. The top 16 is very, very diverse. So I think, depending on what deck you have, it just matters on what it is. But to look at the first game you're playing forward and then just approach the next one is probably the best attitude you can have. So yeah, if you don't mind passing it to DJ, I'm excited to watch both your games. I'll have a little chatterooski with the local there.
All right, buddy. All right. Here you go.
Love you, man.
Yeah, just put it on. It'll go. The little piece will go in front of your ears. But not actually on your ear. It's a bone injecting. Yep, here.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, King? How you doing, my friend?
Up? Morning. How are you?
I am all right, my friend. I'm excited to watch your game. I'm really excited to kind of see some really back and forth kind of gameplay. So, kind of in similar essence to what I asked Mike, how was your experience throughout Swiss? And how are you planning to approach this matchup in the top 16?
So Swiss was good. I ended up going 4-0 going into the break, which felt good. And then my only losses was to Tori in round 5 on Monsters, and then I lost a Knight's Mirror in round 6. So it was okay Swiss. I mean, I played to my outs. If you have the Materasu, you have, you can't get around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then going into this matchup, I played it a good amount. The big thing is just getting Laswell established, making sure I don't overextend, and very similar to what Mike said, being able to take him from 2 to 7 is a huge opportunity for me.
Sure, absolutely. So I think in the matchup, it's going to be very, very kind of back and forth. I know because you are higher seed, you will get the choice. I think how important do you feel like is that in this matchup?
I think it's pretty important, to be honest with you. Realistically, I do like going first in certain occasions, but sometimes I do like going second just to know what my opponent is on, and if I can establish that Laswell turn 1 or a Knight to kind of push the tempo.
I see. And just as I asked Mike, what as if you move forward after this top 16 round, how do you look to expect to face in the bracket, because you are potentially either against Monsters or Wall 7 if you win this game?
Yeah, so it's very similar to what Mike said. It's one round at a time. You don't know if you're going to win or lose. But regardless, just I have to play to my outs and take it one game at a time. The stacked bracket, Gabe.
Yeah, it really is very stacked with a ton of killers in the room. Well, all right. Well, I wish both of you gentlemen lots of luck. We're going to be getting into the games real shortly. Thank you for coming in and talking to me right before, and I wish you both the best of luck.
Awesome. Thanks. We'll see you, Gabe.
See ya. Yeah, guys, I think what I was saying before is definitely understatement. Just to give some of you guys a background, this top 16 has been very, very diverse. We have just a variety of different decks in the top 16. We have some Worlds qualified players already here. We have just to give everybody kind of the matchup, if you've not seen the decks on Materia Hunter, shout out to Materia Hunter for being such a good resource to be able to show players the list. Right now, the two biggest deck representation in the top 16 is 7-cost Wool and Knights. But everything else is a pretty even spread. We have 2 4-cost Warrior of Lights. We have 2 Scions. We have a Category 4 Yuna. We have Soldiers, a Cloud Pod. We saw him on stream yesterday. We have a Chaos Arc. We have a Water Earth Monsters. We also have a really cool Category 12 Sky Pirates deck. So a lot of interesting things in the room. I'm super excited to see how this game unfolds. Players will get, for anybody who's not familiar with how Top Cut works, usually each player will have a 5-minute review period to see each other's decks, ask questions about anything, what each card does. But just to give you a lay of the land, Mike Powell is running 4-color Warrior of Light. It's kind of your typical package. He's running 2 Ferrises, 3 Refias, 1 of the Arc that allows you to flip to get an Earth, Fire, Water card. He looks like he's running a 1 of the Arc of the one that revives. You have 2 Cecil, 2 Cecil to be able to kind of play into a Cecil to play into a 3 thing. There is a decent amount of he's playing 3 Lunas, which I like. I think giving your guys haste is very, very important to at least make use of your extra Refia triggers to untap your Warrior of Lights to get extra value. He's running 3 2-cost Rin Hilders, respecting the unit matchup, 1 Levy, 6, 2 Amas, pretty super important in regards to that. 3 Kukalin, normal suspects, running kind of a lot of your stuff. Now, in the LB, which is where I feel like you kind of differentiate your Warrior of Light matchup, you have 1 Warrior of Light LB, 1 LB Zac, 1 LB Leo, Shantoto LB, which can be important in this matchup if DJ kind of goes super fast. Vadahawu is a 1, Noctis is a 1, and Lunafray. So very kind of toolboxy to kind of maneuver the matchups. Now, your Knights list, very, very kind of very uniform, but has a couple different things. Running 2 Phasalis Laswell, 1 of the Agrius that gains a crystal compared to the one that just bounces. So this, you have your Charlotte, your Delita, 3 Amas. Amas are going to be very important in this matchup. Being able to cancel a really solid summon after a Corellia flip, super important. Now, DJ's running 3 of the 7-cost Ifrit with no Clive. Very cool. I like this because Ifrit puts a lot of haste tempo pressure. And he's deciding to run 2 of the Lilith and Phasalis. Phasalis is low-key kind of a value engine. If you cannot play cards in your hand, you can remove cards from the top of your deck and cast them, so it gives you additional reach. And it allows an Agrius, if you can get this thing with the Agrius where you can choose Agrius and then also have Laswell online, you can really deplete people of resources. His LB, and here's one big important thing in the matchup. So he's running 2 Meaths from Opus 7 and 2 Avelias, Opus 1. Interesting thing, the Avelias are very, very good in the mirror. Sometimes having that extra 1k in the mirror allows you to just get over the Knights decks in between the switch, which is really smart. The Meath, it allows you to discard a card and then search for a card of the same cost discarded, since a lot of your forwards are 4s and 2s and things like that. Very, very interesting. And I apologize, I did say that he was not running Clive. He's running a 3/3 Clive on the back end list. So, yeah, this should be interesting. Limit Break is looking interesting too. It's running a 1 LB, a 1 Zac, 2 Surjace, 1 Leo, 1 Victora, 1 Beatrix, and 2 Beatrix and 1 Kuja. Kind of interesting. I've seen some Knightlets run 3 of the Beatrix just to have that extra Knight on board. You know, Victoria is something is going to be very, it can come out of nowhere, because a lot of the times when opponents are depleting their hand to be able to keep up, Victoria is like an extra removal on a body, and it's big. So it should be very interesting to see how he, I guess, using the Meath to be able to discard things, to be able to get different tech cards for the matchup. Should be very, very interesting. But this should be a very back and forth kind of viewpoint of the tournament. We're going to see a lot of players go and kind of, you know, just kind of really kind of see if they can get past the early game. You know, it's definitely going to be should be interesting. But I'm really excited to see such two very good players. DJ's local to the Pennsylvania area, so it's nice to see a lot of Pennsylvania people in Top Cut. Very excited to see some of that going on here. So, and also, you know, Mike Powell has been a killer. Definitely he was on the Worlds team last year. Very high caliber playing. It's gonna be a barn burner. I'm really excited to be able to show, you know, just be able to show a lot of really high stakes, high level gameplay of Final Fantasy, where, you know, playing clean and perfect is you know, just kind of important on that end. But yeah, this should be really, really exciting. They're both shuffling up. Now, DJ is in the 8th seed, where Mike is being on the 9th seed. So he will have, as I was talking in the interview, he will have choice in play. And being first is going to be very, very important for this matchup. Definitely going to be yeah. So yeah, we're looking at a lot of really high stakes gameplay on the back end. These players are fighting for a lot here. I know DJ has been grinding personally, part of my local scene. He's grinding for his invite. And just to kind of give people the just to kind of give you an idea, it looks like, and I think I did the math, I believe there are either 6 or 7 people already that have invites to the North American National Championship in this top 16 cut. So we should be getting some type of winner. I'm assuming after top 8 there should be a little more of a clean kind of cut on that end after that's coming into play. I'm really excited to see some really good for people in the chat, it is double the time because it is a best of 3, unlike your normal best of 1 cuts. So there will be at least 2 games played in this set compared to in our normal Swiss games. Only 1 game determined the winner. All right, it looks like they're shuffling up, deciding mulligans here. I'll be back in a second. All right, and it does look like we're shuffling up. And it looks like we're going to get ready to see some really solid gameplay. I will say, when it comes to the night matchup, a lot of the first couple turns are going to be very important when coming to this and the draws. It looks like, looking at DJ's hand, looks like he has a 2-cost Beatrix that decreases power. It looks like he's discarding Ifrit and his Beatrice for Gawain, triggering the ability to search for 2 knights, one of fire and one of water, and then putting it to your hand. Now that can be a multicolored. Looks like he's opting to get the Garland, which does some incidental burn damage, and a Corelia. So that's real strong. Now, my question, so that's very smart. Some players who play knights might windmill slam the Corelia, but I think he's being patient and understanding that he needs to have Mike he's trying to portray this idealism of seeing how strong Mike's hand is prior to going off, because he respects the idea that Mike does have a Shantoto in the LB, representing that he has Earth CP can be very, very important. So he's starting the turn by playing a 2-cost on the impasse. Now, I might extend the Corellia here. Now, I will also say Mike does run Hinto, but I like this. He's just swinging and just seeing what he can get out of the damage. So he's hitting a cryo off the burst. But the thing is I don't think he has anything to grab from the krill burst. So he's being very patient. He's not super overextended. Ooh, discards Laswell for the Garland to try to target the Laswell. So he's letting... Oh, yeah, he's letting that happen. I would maybe play the Laswell here if I was the Knights player. You get to freeze up. Oh, and he just passes. He's being very patient. I really like this. Some people might go ahead freeze the Lena in this matchup, but I think being patient in this matchup might be going too fast might hurt overall. So he is discarding 3 or 2 and playing Ivis to look for King. King is probably going to search. One of his targets that he can search for is probably another backup of some sort. Getting the King Tycoon, probably going to ramp up to 3 here. Now, this is where the game gets really interesting for players who might not be familiar. So at damage 3, probably Mike Powell's trump card being a Ferris gets an additional trigger. Not only will it ping everything for 1k, but he can basically search for any card in his deck to do that. So there's going to be this weird game in the middle here. Trying to decide, and we were talking about this earlier in the interview, sometimes getting your opponent from 2 to 7 than just doing the most damage that he can possible. So at least on that end, it can, definitely go ahead and make that a public target. So, okay, so we're going ahead. We're taking the shuffle. He's ramping up to a few backups here. So he does have a Beatrix in hand, has the Laswell represented. I feel like getting him to 4 might not be the best choice. DJ definitely has to put on some additional pressure, but I think just getting him to damage 2. Ooh, okay. So he will get a Brynhildr and draw. That feels bad. This is something we were talking about prior to the interview. So he got a swing. He's going to get a Laswell trigger. I would probably freeze the Clivis because it does give him access to search for a give him a search for like a Tyro, something like that. So he has to overextend his hand to do so. So he's going for the double play of double Knight so he can freeze 2 backups. So he decides to freeze the Laswell and then the Clivis. I like this because it locks him into 1 backup, Win being his last one, which is the least priority, and then has to discard at the end of turn. Discards a Ferris. Very, very interesting. I definitely, that kind of signals to me that he might have another Ferris in hand, but it also might signal to me that he might also have a Lena in hand to be able to trigger the revive. That could be something really interesting in this matchup. Discarding Amaterasu and getting the backup that gives all his Warrior of Lights haste by triggering that. That's our good friend Lunith here. Man, this is going to be a very interesting back and forth matchup because now we're kind of at this damage 2 threshold. If he can potentially give another haste character, he could be pushing a lot of damage here on the back end. Man, this is a really... Now, the other thing, Beatrix also presents this value of being able to decrease a lot of his... for the cost of his cards. So, knowing Mike's deck, he does have a lot of burst. I might be inclined to go to combat and maybe using the 0 on the stack just in case he hits another Brynhildr flip so he doesn't lose a bunch of forwards. You're calling Clivis from now on? Yeah. Claris. I mix up Tyvis and Clivis. There we go. So he is warping his Ramza. I like this because it's adding that additional pressure. And he is passing the turn. Really interesting play here. Something tells and discards a Clive. So I'm curious if maybe slamming the Clive here just to get that extra haste could have done it. So he's gonna go ahead, play a Sarah, go ahead, tutor his deck for 2 Warrior of Light. So Mike is setting up pretty cleanly, and that Warrior of Light is gonna be a roadblock overall. Now I do like this because that he's giving himself a really big body to kind of be a wall for DJ's forwards, but Laswell can do so much there. The extra art that he picked up will allow him to get more variety. It also gets Mike to back up 5 right now, which means that he can't play. He's playing the Warrior of Light to trigger the draw, activating backups. The one thing about his tap ability is that being able to ping something for 5k, that can cleanly get rid of Laswell. Take a look here. So it looks like he's trying to decide what he's going to play. He's kind of, you'll see a lot of top players will go ahead and kind of put cards to the side to kind of think to yourself how I want to play out this turn and how to be efficient. So he's deciding to go with, it looks like that is the Refia. So this is going to get a little scary for DJ. I think that Mike is referencing this because he sees the Ramzan Warp, and there's the Ferris. So this is, it's going to 1-ping everything. But it might go ahead and melt a few of these forwards just with the additional pings. It's a shame that DJ didn't get, so he's doing 1k to everything and targeting all the damage to the Garland. So he's going to go into combat with Refia's trigger on the Strack to put Laswell on the top. So he'll untap all of his Warrior of Light, draws a card, and then swings with Warrior of Light for Color Wall, and take out the Laswell in damage. But DJ is, oh man, that was so clean. So he's attacking, holding priority to ping the Beatrix and take the Laswell out. So Ramza is at 1 warp, but DJ's board is very depleted. I think retrospect, looking back, you can never tell like what you can do in these top cut games. But I wondered if a turn or two ago if DJ should have pushed when he didn't attack. I get it not being able to have the demonic tutor. I do think that there might have been some validity to slam Clive and just go ahead and get that extra haste. He would be at damage 5. But his board basically got melted there. Now, I'm wondering if Mike has the Amat in his hand. I think that DJ should have Laswell a little earlier. I think he was trying to be a little patient and see what he was doing. But the thing is with this deck is that being too patient can really discipline you, and that's the thing. The 4-color wall deck is very if you're too patient with it, right, you will get just dismantled. So let's kind of take a look here. It looks like he's tapping 2. He's discarding 1. What is he jamming here? It looks like he is jamming the Arc. He's gonna get a trigger to look at the top 4. And I mean, he can just get a. Oh, the Cecil's real good here. I think you just snap Teep Cecil, or maybe a Warrior of Light to unlock colors in the LB. I think you just. Oh, the Colin's actually good here too. Yeah, the Colin's real good. Oh, that makes sense. He didn't have ICP. Yeah. That's the one thing, the big difference between Mike when it comes to your color kind of cut when it comes to these kind of games. DJ relies a lot on top decks to be able to cast his cards, So does Mike, but I think he has more ways to access the different colors. So he's going to play a Leo to draw a card. This does make it so that he is not going to be able to play any... it looks like he's not going to be able to play any backup Shantoto, which he is running at a 2 of. But I will say, it looks like he's modding. Is he modding? Alright. So, looks like he's going to combat, going to swing with the Warrior of Light. Let's see if a burst gets him out of it. Oh, Avelia, not super great here. And he's going to pass. So, he's going to draw a card. Ramza's going to try to take a warp counter off of it. He's going to allow that. He's going to try to come into play. It's going to happen. He's letting that resolve. He's going to try to flip into Corellia. He's going to target the Corellia. So here's something interesting with that Corellia target on the stack. He's going to, I believe, top deck. Bottom deck the card. So he does hit. Ooh, that is a terrible Corellia flip. He does hit a Lilith from it, but oh, that was such a brutal flip. You know, one thing I was going to, yeah, sometimes these games are really determined on how good or bad your flips are. We saw in Miami how the flips can really determine how good a game can be, but this, there are so many forwards on board. Plus the Warrior of Light being able to ping something with the attack. It's such a bummer here. Now, I think Mike has 2 cards in hand, so so DJ wouldn't have the ability to ping something off if he had the Ice CP. But yeah, let's see exactly what DJ goes to go here. I think killing the Garland is just super brutal. So it looks like he's discarding a Delita. I wonder if he's actually going into the LB maybe to get a... it looks like he has the Laswell in hand. I think he's just trying to freeze. See, here's the weird thing. Oh, the Agrius. Interesting, yeah. Agrius is kind of interesting in this board state because this Agrius is kind of a different, thing there. It's a 2-cost 5k that gets a pump if it has an FFT character, and when it's chosen by your opponent's ability, they discard a card from your hand. So he's trying to move... Oh, the Zidane. That is so brutal. Oh, man. I even wonder if you... maybe he's a little specialing on the stack to just pop the Leo. I like that. Just popping it up. Yeah, it's looking real rough. So he's gonna Zidane. He's gonna remove the Corellia from hand, draw a free card, and then he's gonna attack again. Now he does have the ability to block with Agrius if Zidane attacks, but I think Mike is so ahead. There is a level of scooping it up, but I honestly say you play it out. Make your opponent have it. Make your opponent play correctly, and don't let them make the mistakes. But I got to tell you, Mike's board is absolutely nuts right now. He has the ability to double ping with Warrior of Light. Yeah, he has everything. He does. I get it. But oh man, and he just played this. Oh, this is so gross. Yeah, he's triggering the Kukulkan, at least blanking the Agrius. Oh man, this is yeah, he does everything. It's really bad. It's bad. So he'll blank the ability, kind of go ahead, get to play the Cecil. He might be able to cheat in more things. So it looks like he's about to enter combat. He's going to op probably the Corellia just to make it make sense, and then ping something for 5k that's blanked so he won't discard. Yeah, his board is nuts. His board is absolutely nuts. He's going to go ahead, draw a card, probably attack with Warrior Light with the trigger on the stack, go and ping the Lilith, and just, yeah, he's going in for game. This is looking like game 2 here. Yeah, I think you just go for it, and you have ways to give your guys haste that just came into play. So he's just attacking correctly here, going with the arc on the back end. Jeez. Ferris swinging. Yep, that's big oofskis. Sheesh. So, all right. So it looks like Mike took down name 1. His board was absolutely nuts. Looking back here, you can kind of say to yourself, maybe DJ should have been a little more aggressive, but he also, the Corellia flip was terrible. It was really, really bad. Definitely real rough. But hey, it's sometimes how the games work. Well, DJ will be on the playback back there on the following on this next game. And it looks like, and we do have enough time. If DJ pulls this back, he'll be. I think you can knock in 3 games. That's the nice thing about the Night deck. I haven't gotten any updates of other games finishing up. But I will try to see if anybody has completed their games. So going into game 2, right? I think DJ has to be the aggressor and make him have the Ferris, make him have the Totos. He is running 1 Toto in the LB and 2 in the main, which is going to make it very hard to to kind of figure out how to kind of work that game. Both players are playing this very well. I still look back at that last game to see if maybe slamming the Clive just to put some additional pressure, but I definitely do feel that DJ should have build a little more pressure up early on the game 1. They definitely have time for 3 games in the set, just with the amount of time these games usually take. Looking at his hand, it seems like see how Mott. It looks like he's probably going to keep. I believe. I think Mike's thinking if he wants to mull or not, right? DJ's hand looks. I think he's solid on this. Yeah, I think he's going under. It didn't look like Mike was super stoked with how his hand laid out. So that might be good for DJ, right? Having the ability to have him on a bad mull and hoping that, like, his next hand is also just in that end. Right, so it looks like we're going ahead. Let's see here. All right, so it looks like he's discarding 2. He's playing Larsa, going ahead, probably searching out Corellia, seeing what happens on that end. And it looks like Mike played a Cryle for turn 1 back up. Passing the turn there. Oh, he searches for the Ramza. I wonder if he's going to go into this line of windmill slamming, discarding the Corellia and trying to do the Ramza, reviving the Corellia into just flipping the top 5. Hopefully his flips are a lot better that game than the prior lineup or matchup. So it looks like he's going to go ahead with the Lunith, just take it relaxed. I think, so it looks like in his hand he has an Earth. I'm wondering if he is kind of showing a Mott or telegraphing a Mott here. I think DJ's kind of tempted to just, like, potentially windmill slam Ramza. He could just warp it too. It's not terrible. He has a Gawain in the hand. It looks like a Delita. I believe he is on. No, he's not. Okay. Is he? Nah. All right. So it looks like here he's going with the Corellia flip. I think he got some nice hits here. He got a Steiner and a Phasalis. Now, this is the thing. No, the Phasalis is gonna give DJ a lot more reach overall. Gonna give him I think it does give him a little more reach with a deeper card in hand. So I think he just pumps his board with a Steiner, passes the turn afterwards. It sucks that you couldn't get any haste, but he is putting a ton of pressure on board. So let's kind of look to see. All right. So it looks like he's going ahead. He's playing the Sarah. That is a little scary. I almost wonder if... Yeah, that's crazy. And I'm trying to look here. I didn't know if DJ had an Amat in his hand. I may have been inclined to Amat the Sarah FFL. If he had, he probably would have slammed it down if he had it. This is definitely a unique and interesting kind of scenario on that end. So looks like he's going to draw. Let's see if he can get some haste here. Looks like he has the Clive. Maybe a Charlotte. It looked like he had a Charlotte from the grip. So he's going in with a Solace. Oh, gross, sick. Tyro off the top, dude. That's bad. It always feels terrible when you always looks terrible when you hit a Tyro off the top of the first game. Oh man. Oh, and he's getting Cecil. Oh, gross. I think maybe you go in again for the second swing. Oh, that just feels terrible. Something tells me he's just gonna, fling it. So I actually think he might pass here because Cecil can get him to the 3rd damage threshold, right? Get a 3rd damage to unlock a Ferris. He's not shown that a Ferris has been discarded. So it's definitely, I think DJ does an attack here because if he gets to the damage through, Mike has the ability to push himself to damage 3. Yeah, it's rough, man. Yeah, I think he's motioning to go to main 2 here. It's such a terrible burst to get as your first one. So he's going to the LP, probably to play the Leo to draw. Removing the Search Ace. So he's going to draw. I'm wondering if he... Yeah, I feel like... I don't know what his hand layout is. Oh, does he have 6 cards? No, so he has 6 cards in hand because he bursted with Tyro. So he bursted with Tyro, put him to 6. So I wonder if you discard with Phasalis. Okay, actually he has and he has the Avelia to pump his stuff up. Putting a little counter there. All right, and he's passing the turn, so everybody's really big. And I think he's pushing Mike to find a way to push him to that 3rd damage. But here's kind of the nice situation about DJ's board, right? So he has 4 guys on board to his 1 damage, right? If he has a Clive that just has haste, he could push. If Mike doesn't respond to anything there, he can push him to 6. And really basically say you can't pay the alternative cost for Cecil, which might make Mike play the Cecil to get him to 2, so he has a body on the board to block. But he also has that instant, rip a Cecil out of deck to play something on the back end. So he might be inclined to pay the alternative cost for Cecil. So he is going to do that. He's going to get a trigger, put it off the burst. What does he hit? A C. Oh, that's kind of bad. So it looks like his deck is running 2 Cecil. So he still has the reach to be able to play another Cecil. So he's going to crack. He's going to crack the... Now, let's see if DJ has the Amat to cancel this free play. If he does not have the Amat to free play... Yikes. I think he's letting that resolve, which is super duper, just super duper rough, man. You hate to see it sometimes. So let's see what he free casts. Because DJ is kind of positioning that he does not have the amount to play. What does he play for free here? He's going to play a Refia. Do you... I mean, if he plays another Warrior of Light backup, it would get to that, I believe... No, he doesn't have 4, so he won't get the draw out of it. Plays the Ferris, so he will ping everybody for 1. Then he will... So, it looks like he's gonna ping everything for 1. Doesn't exactly, yeah, yeah, it's true. Yeah, he only pings it for 1 because Corellia has the old school min move. So he's gonna go ahead and ping that and ping the Leo. So the Leo's going down, and then the rest is gonna go towards Corellia. Yeah. Yeah, I think Mike was definitely inclined to play the Ferris. See here. What does he motion to do next? Yeah, dude. This is pretty hype. Pretty hype. Yeah, there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh, and the Zac. Yikes. I will say that the Physalis will give it some reach a little bit here. He does have 3 cards in hand. He could potentially just discard to flip the top 2 just so he gets under that threshold to make him a bigger body. But this Ferris is a wall right now. It's big. He could also go for a party attack. What does he play next here? Yeah, I think he still hasn't casted Ramza. I'm losing. Nick, come get in here, man. You should have traveled out with him. You could have shown him how to play it. All right, so he's casting. he's gonna play the Victoria, right? He has 2 cards in hand, so he's gonna be able to melt. Ooh, is he gonna pay the 2? He's got to pay the 2 here, right? Got to pay the Cecil tax. Yeah, it feels bad. Oh, so he's gonna ping the. I think you have to pay it, right? It's just part of it. So here's something. I don't know if I want to get him to 3. Do we pass here? There's another line where he could party attack with the Steiner and Physalis, right? Don't offer. Step 1 is cast for ops. It's usually step 1. All right. We're just also, just so you know, guys, we're looking to get another interview going of our next bracket. So let's see what he's doing. So it looks like he's going ahead playing the Leo. You should, yo, chat's making me, it's got me rolling, dude. It's got me rolling. You should never cast Ramza. Oh boy. All right, so he's going ahead playing his Zach. I would say that DJ's board is actually looking pretty good here. Oh man, so what do we do next here? So he's looking at the bit. I think he's checking for the amount of Ferrises that are in the so I guess maybe what I would do is, I mean, you could kind of swing with Victoro, right? Is he 2 or less cards in hand? No, he has a grip. Never mind. No, I would not be attacking here. So I will say one thing he could do is potentially, play the Corellia. Does it happen? Ooh, he's gonna get the flip. This is a hard flip because he has a lot of unique names. Okay, so Gawain is great. Charlotte is great. Did he get a Garland? Garland would be nuts here. Garland would be super nuts here. All right, let's kind of take a look. The hits aren't great. I think you take Gawain here. You get Gawain so that you can go ahead, find what you want out of it. I think you get a Garland as one of your targets, right? I think that's the correct choice. You get a Gawain. You go ahead, you tutor for either a Laswell or a Garland, and you have to start ripping the cards off of his board so you can start swinging in. If Mike goes and builds a body, like a board up, he's not going to be able to really push, right? That's going to be a huge problem in the long run, right? That's a little bit scary. Yeah, that was the correct choice. You pick the Gawain because you essentially get whatever other choices you want out of the deck as well. The Gawain's the correct choice here, 100%. Let's see what he picks. I think you need to get the Garland. You need to start pinging some of these things off. Sure, you have to pay the tax, but you have to win the game, right? You just can't kind of just let this all happen. Yeah, that's a huge flip. I think compared to the last game where he flipped just Lilith. Oh, I don't like that. So I think Corellia is correct. There's the run. I feel like maybe there should have been a Garland played or gotten. Maybe, well, I guess you can't get Ramza and Garland, right? So it's definitely rough. Let's see here. It's I almost see a world where and he's just gonna pass the turn. It's weird, right? Both are correct if you I get that. I get that. He does show one Ferris in bin. I personally think, so it's weird. So this is how I look at the board, right? I'm seeing Mike's board as being not 100% set up. So this is what I'm saying. So right now he's been very patient about the Ferris and the Refia, but like you just can't like wait. You can't just wait and wait and wait. As we get to the mid to the late game, Mike's just gonna like demolish DJ if he lets his yeah, I think that it's coming out soon, but I think Mike sees, like, one of the hardest things to gauge with Toto, right, is waiting to see how much your opponent can give so you get the most value out of the Toto. All right, so he gets the Refia here. I think he doesn't have a Toto because getting the Refia makes me believe that he values his board a little better, right? So he's going to activate his backup, so it's essentially free play. And I think he's passed out. I think DJ has to start pushing super soon. This board's getting a little gross. You just can't like let this board continue to get larger and larger. And I also think functionally that Mike's backup line is pretty weak, which means he's going to be using more resources to cast the cards he needs to cast from his hand. I would push here. I think it's absolutely correct to push. The Avelia also gives all of his knights a +1 pump, right? Worst case, right? You swing with the Corellia, but you can also party tack to get to 4 to 5, right? Yeah, I agree. But right now, Mike's list is only running 2 of the Wind Cecil, so he has no more Cecil left in decks. It hurts, but he can't just wait, right? If you're waiting, then you're just waiting to kind of just get killed in the long game, where Knights can play a long game, but, like, not as good of a long game as the 4-color wall deck. I think giving too much time in this long essence of it can really, really hurt. But I will say the forwards that DJ has are way more powerful than in this present board state than Mike's is right now. Doesn't have 5 backups developed. He has a Cecil and a Refia. He's looking at the break zone. I thought he was about to pass. I was like, oh, don't do that. I think you have to start pushing. You have to start pushing. You can party attack. Yeah. Yeah. He's got to have an Amat or a Mist. Yeah, I think that's kind of important too. But, like, if it just sits as a rock in his hand and just stays there, it just stops DJ from attacking. It just makes it rough, right? All right, so he's gonna play as, I think this is a bait, right? He's gonna try to see if he Amats the Zac just to bait and pay the tax, but I don't think he cares, right? Yeah, I agree, Emmanuel. It's getting to the point where Knights can't break the board. That's why you have to start swinging soon. Sure, he's killed a forward, but I think you have to push here, right? When the Knights player isn't attacking, they're losing. And he has so many different ways to push over, right? So one line, right? He could attack, party attack with Phasalis, and and he's passing. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's real rough. So it looks like he's gonna bottom deck something at the end step. Maybe bottom the Zac just to get rid of the body of the Victoria. No, I mean, even if he has, like I'm saying, like, I think he was trying to bait the Amat. But I know, like, most players would not take that bait. Yeah. I think he's being a little too patient with the Knights, but that's okay, right? I'm over here in the mic. I'm not, anybody real. So here's the what is okay? So he plays the Ramza and gets no what is? I don't know. I think if he played the Ramza, then maybe he doesn't have maybe he has the Mist Dragon, as somebody was saying. Yeah, I agree. He was a little too patient. You have to kind of push the pressure. Mike starts on, but he's able to build now. This is just really, really rough. But it's definitely hard to put something on. Oh yeah, he did warp it. Okay. Jeez. All right. So it looks like he jams the Lena, right? All right. So it looks like he's going ahead. He's going to try to bottom the Steiner. Go to activate, draw a card. Go get another spin of the wheel. See, this is one of those matches where I feel like if the Knights player pushed the pressure a little bit, would have probably been a lot easier to kind of go ahead and push this kind of pressure that's going. All right, Tink. So now we're getting to the board state where DJ can just, I think, oh, that is such. tutoring for Elena is really posturing a lot of power. I think that, yeah, I think he's looking for an Amon or a miss, but we're getting to the point of the game where might not even need it. Like his forward, like getting the Lena means that he can get his Ferris if he swings. So now EJ's kind of at this crazy rough point where he's not pushing at all. Yeah. Okay, so he's going to bottom the Victoria. Oh man, this is crazy. I feel for the players here. This is just such a rough game. He's baiting the third hit. Oh man, it's really back and forth. All right, so he's going to tap 3. And he's going to top the, yes, bottom the Corellia. Oh man, this is so hard. This is heartbreaking for me. But it's kind of a crazy. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna draw it eventually, and his board's basically depleted. Now Mike can cleanly. He can start attacking, right? He can definitely go ahead, start attacking. He can haste his Ferris, and then just go in and ping the board, ping him, and double ping. Yeah, I mean, Mike can start going in. Jeez. Oh, Corellia off the top. Yep, he definitely topped that, so he's going again. Meath. Jeez. This is a rough game. I mean, Mike's literally, he's in the driver's seat now. It's rough, and DJ's board is like just basically gone. I think he's still in combat, planning to, or maybe he's going to main 2. Oh, he's misting his breath. So yeah, I mean, Nick, I think he did have the miss because the way, if he didn't Amat the Ramza, right? I would have, well, I guess he was only on 1 warp. Oh man. All right, so he's going to try to get the warp counter, play the Ramza. So Ramza comes on the board. What's his target? I think you target... I don't know if he has a Corellia and flipped in his bin, just from how many went off the top and bottom. Yeah. If he has the Amat, then it's definitely... I don't see this going anywhere. So is he choosing not to Amat here? I think Mike's deciding whether he wants to Amat. But I think I definitely think if he had the Amat, he'll Amat here, right? He has no cards in. Oh yeah, that's right, because he RFG'd it. Yeah, he has. Oh man, I forgot about that. Good catch. That is brutal. Yeah, the no cards in bin. It's just a naked Ramza. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. I think Mike's just gonna start bottoming cards just so that at the end step, just gonna bottom the Gawain, and then go to attack, untap all of his stuff, and draw. It's just absolutely nuts, nutter butters here. Yeah, I think this game is just over. I think, oh man, I mean, what else can he play at this point? I think that he has been, I think Mike's maybe waiting for, yeah, playing with food is horrible. Oh, jeez. I think he's just playing it super safe. Yeah, I don't know what else he could play. So he's going for 5. I think he's just going with the Oh, the Tidus. Oh my God. Yeah, this is not looking. Yeah, I think the writing is on the wall and the door has closed. He's going to just rip the board, take out his Agrius. He's going to target that. He's going to Amat the Tidus trigger. But yeah, it's Jeez. I mean, like, it doesn't even matter. If he had to Amat a Tidus, that is like the losing play. Yeah, he has to do. Yeah, it's this is the first bracket of top 16. So this is game 1 here, or game 2. I apologize. Game 2 here of the top 16 for sure. Dang. Yeah, that's crazy. He's going in with the Zac. Got the Laswell, got the Ferris, the Cecil here. Let's see what else he does here. I mean, I would just just swing in. Yeah, jeez. He just passes. So rough. Oh man, that's so backbreaking. I think one thing, how competitive the healthy scene in the chat. So to give you background, Corey, top 16 right now, the most represented deck. There are 3 decks, 2 of different deck types. Give you background. There's 2 4-color Warrior of Lights, 3 Knights, 1 Category 4 Yuna, 2 Scions, 1 Warrior, 1 3/7 cost Wool, 1 category. There's a Sky Pirates that's hanging around. We have a Soldiers Cloud Pod list that I always really like. Chaos Arc and Water Earth Monsters. So just a large variety of different decks. So there's definitely a lot of variety in this top cut. And there were a couple decks that were on the cusp. Oh man, and he's going to Garland. This is yikes, my friend. This is wait, stop. He's already dead. All right. All right, so he's going to at least top, I guess, bottom the Garland, untap, and then just we'll call it a night. Oh man, what a brutal game. I mean, I will say congrats to our friend Mike Powell from North Carolina. Great showing by DJ Brock. It was definitely a very back and forth game 1. Game 2, we can kind of talk and say, you know, the Knights player should have probably. There's a level of being very patient, right? You have to understand what you're up against and not put them into damage too. But I also think there is a point where you have to start pushing. Mike that game was on 2 backups, and I think being able to let him develop to the 5th and then just playing body after body after body is huge. You know, it's definitely a back and forth game. Congrats to both players. I mean, there was a lot of killers in the room today. Lots of people who multiple worlds competitors. DJ really put up a good fight against a previous world competitor. Just absolutely crazy back and forth game. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Mike definitely did super well. Is it alive enough? I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of different scenes in a lot of different areas. Depending on where you are, there's niches and little kind of crannies of scenes that are popular. There's some smaller scenes. There's also ways to play online. There's a local you can play every week that's free to play with prizing. I think it just depends on where you are, and it depends on the research that you're doing to go ahead and find these players. Based on where you're from, definitely... you know, shout out where you're from, and maybe I might know a few people. There might be some people in the chat that know of scenes. But the game is very healthy. You know, this is our 4th regional on that end. But yeah, what a great set of games. All right, so we're gonna have an interview here with our winner, Mike Powell, who definitely, that was just a brutal back and forth set. A clean 2-0 win. But we're gonna get to talk and get some insight on the game, how that game ended up and played in, get some decently interview kind of stuff.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, my friend. I think we have Mike Powell getting up on the mic to discuss his top 16 game, and then we can kind of get a more in-depth kind of insight into it. It looks like I'm talking to a black screen here. All right. Our winner, Mike Powell. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
Hey. So that was a clinic.
I think he had some. He had not the greatest draws from my side, from the way it looked.
Yeah, I don't think he had the best draws. Like game 1, when he had that Corellia flip into like, what was it, a Lilith? It was just like, oh boy. Now game 2, his flips were really good. I felt like at one point, and I wanted to kind of talk to you about this kind of back and forth. There was a last game when he flipped. There was a flip into 5 into Gawain, and he chose Ramza and a Corellia. I think what I would have done in that level, like I think in game 2, your board. I mean, how are your draws game 2? I noticed that you didn't develop your 5th backup very distinctly. And before we get into this, I see somebody in the chat that says that he's from North Carolina. Mike is from North Carolina. There's a huge scene in North Carolina. There's a regional in North Carolina. I had to pause really quick, but go ahead. What, like, during that match, it seemed like you didn't have the best draws game 2. Am I right in saying that, or were you just kind of slowly seeing what he was doing?
I was slow rolling a little bit because I could have developed more backups. But the only win source I had was the Arc in hand, and I wanted to hold on to it just in case he actually decided to put me to damage 3. Because I was feeling like from the position he was in, if he put me there and I arcs, then I would just pretty much win on the spot. It would be too much for him to overcome. So I kind of just held. I just sat there on the King Tycoon forever. Like I was like, it was basically King Tycoon and Arc in my hand like the entire game, just waiting. And then I finally committed it.
Oh, you did. I thought you had a Mist Dragon waiting. Just because of the way it was posturing, I felt like. So tell me, how did that board? Were you just trying to gauge how much pressure DJ was going to push just for that Amat? A bunch of people in chat were saying like he definitely has the Amat in hand. Would you have pushed there, kind of going back, if you were the Knights player? Would you have pushed in that line when you had those many bodies, or do you think he played a very cautious kind of line? Was correct.
It's tough. Like I would have been tempted to push because like he did have a lot of forwards, so he could apply some pressure. But because his hand size was pretty low for the most part, like a lot of the game, it was a bit awkward because if he puts me at damage 3 and I have the Ferris or I have the Arc, it's a huge deal. Like it basically loses in the game. If he hits the wrong burst there, from his position, basically, he wasn't in the best place. I think because his hand wasn't, his draws and some of his flips weren't that great. He maybe should have pressured, but it's hard to say. Like,
yeah, it's hard to put yourself in the other. I think when I was looking at the game, when I saw you were on 3 backups, I couldn't tell if the development of your hand wasn't very good or you were just kind of gauging his play. But there were some times, like a part of me when he went for the got a flip from gotten Gawain, even with the Cecil, the Wind Cecil you had there was a part of my brain that was like, why not get like 4-cost Garland and chain a bunch of burns? Like, you could have knocked out your Leo or paid 1 Cecil tax to kill one of your guys, but I felt like the forwards you had on board, it was a Cecil, it was a Zach, and was it a Leo? I'm trying to retract back a little bit.
Yeah, it was a Leo.
So I feel like maybe I would have melted. It's so hard to gauge. Like you said, like your bursts are just absolutely nuts. What was it? Game 2, you just flipped the Tyro.
Yeah, damage 1 was Tyro.
Yeah, of course. It's always burst 1. So you just know that you're in a bad kind of state there. But you definitely ran a clinic there. That was such a good representation on how much power 4-color wall kind of put into play. Congratulations. I definitely think you're going to nationals, man. How do you feel?
Well, I was already qualified, so I was definitely going to nationals.
He's going to nationals, y'all. But yeah, and I guess, and just looking from the bracket, just to get a little insight when before switching in, you'll be facing Tori Kelly. What's your plan of attack against his Earth Water monsters?
We have to set up as fast as possible. Like the monsters matchups, we need to get our backups out very, very quickly. We can't stumble because they can put kind of an insane amount of pressure on you that's really hard to interact with. And you have to you basically have to count potential damage every turn. It's like how much with what's in play and what potential cards they could play, and like how much can they hit me for. I don't think it's going to be particularly easy. The only monster interaction I have is LB Toto right now. I've
won in the LB.
Yeah, I've lately been packing Alexander's, but like I said earlier when we did the previous interview,
you took out all the monster hate.
I took out the monster hate for some Yuna and a few more Yuna and Knights cards, because I was expecting more of those this weekend. Unfortunately, it's it plays out that Tori's here and he's on monsters like he usually is.
Yeah. Favorite card. He has a tattoo of Realm on his arm, just etched into his skin. All right, my friend. Well, hey, congratulations on your win. Good luck in the next round. Got any shout outs before I bring on the next degenerates?
Not really. Mostly just my local guys, the people I travel with, Jason, Amethyst. They go everywhere with me, so they're my travel companions for everything.
You got Jeeves and the wife.
I see KP in the chat. Shout him out too.
Shout outs to KP, dude. Wish you were here, my friend. All right. Well, thank you for coming in to talking. I'm gonna bring the next people that are waiting in line. We're going back to back, guys. We're keeping it interesting. So we're gonna have some more interview of our next top 8 matchup. We are going to have on stream Leo Del Marcos from the Chicago scene playing against Anthony Apigio. Should be a really unique matchup. We're going to have Chaos Arc, which we talked to him earlier in the stream just about just how he chose a bunch of different ways to kind of mechanically, approach each matchup. It was a metagame call. And Leo Marco, who's just jamming tons and tons of forwards and kind of just getting them all around. So this should be a really, really unique kind of conversation between these two, and we're going to see some really interesting back and forth kind of case. So just to give you a background for anybody who's listening in the chat, rooting for people, just looking at the top 16 bracket, Tori Kelly has advanced and will be facing Mike Powell in the top 8. Leo Marcos and Anthony will be in top 8. It looks like
to you, so you'll have to let him know.
What's up, Gabe?
What's up, buddy? Who's this? Oh my God, it is my boy Anthony. What's up, man? Congrats on your you making it to top 8, my guy.
Thanks. I got very lucky in my last round to make it very. I think I just was favored, but I really got the
You
nuts.
luck
so that
sack
worked out.
into it.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't brick on 6 dark cards, and it works out.
Sometimes. I've heard that's sometimes the best, you know? There's always that weird game when it comes to the Chaos Arc matchup where you just sometimes, like, when we saw you on stream, when you dumped, like, 12 cards from his hand, sometimes you get beautiful games like that, and sometimes you get, like, 4 dark cards in your hand, and you're like, all right, I can't do...
We're seeing Emmanuel right in the chat, and he's such a piece of shit.
Yeah. Yo, thumbs down to Emmanuel, dude.
Yeah, no, I
Heavy
agree.
neg, dude.
Listen, I've seen Emmanuel more recently, so he's got to root for me.
Yeah, dude. Emmanuel, if you're saying they're both bad, where are you in Top Cut? Where are you? Tell me that. Keyboard warriors over here. But, well, so, all right. So I wanted to kind of just get a little bit of background on how your last game went and kind of how you plan to approach the matchup against 7 cost Wool, the big
I'm not going to tell him what I'm doing.
I'm just saying exactly the approach. We're talking for the people.
I'm hoping to play cards and win.
Well, yes, don't we all, right? But some people play cards and lose, right? So tell me, how did you? Okay,
like
tell me how you. Since we're metagaming here, talk to me about your top 16 game. How did that cook up for you?
So I actually was kind of nervous for my top 16 game because it was the only loss I had in Swiss, which was the Scions. In Swiss, I bricked ridiculously hard. Not on dark cards, but I ended up drawing only backups for like the last 3 turns, and I didn't see a single Man in Black. But Man in Black kind of solos the whole Scion deck because you can just get Mist Dragon on cycle, and then they try to play Asinian. You say that they can't attack with the Asinian, even if you don't want to do the Mist Dragon. So once you get like Mist Dragon and Ixion on lock with Man in Black, as long as the Man in Black doesn't hit an Odin, the game is basically over.
Yeah, I feel like just being able to just slow the Scion stick down just by saying you can't attack, and then you just value them out, and then you just melt their board because you essentially say you can't win the game fast enough, so the long game, I just kind of melt all your stuff. Did it go to a game 3, or was it like a 1-2 finish?
No, it was a 1-2 finish. It actually ended up being, because I saw Man in Black, it was fairly lopsided in the way I thought it was going to be if I got what I needed to. So both games... Shut the fuck up, Mohammed. Don't even ask.
No, I'm not saying nothing, dude. Zayn, you're retired. You have no reason to talk anymore. I look at this quitter just like talking so much trash on the stream here. Let's look at that.
No, but the basically both games ended with him having no cards on field and no cards in hand, and I had 5 backups and 4 forwards. So it got to that like lopsided board state where I think in my game 2 he decided to go full aggro, and I just hecatoned his board because all of the Scions are AK or less.
Yeah.
And then I had Mist Dragon. I played Rydia, searched Hecaton. He got in some points of damage, and then I just hecatoned the board. He had no backups, and so he had to keep pitching cards from hand. And so it ended up that Exeth came online on like turn 2 or turn 4 or something ridiculous.
Oh, that's gross.
I just played Exeth, and I think I used Lulu to like RFG summons, and it got all the way. But I'll pass it over to Leo Marcos here. You go by Leo.
Sure. Anything? One last thing I want to say. Any shout outs real quick?
Same as usual. Shout out to my wife. She's the GOAT. Shout out to the Gamers Command people and the Greg's Games people over in Jersey that helped me practice. Ironically, I don't think I played a single game versus a single deck I practiced for so far this tournament. Oh no, I played one Knights. I played one Knights player. But besides that, not a single game was what we practiced, but we take those.
All right, my friend. You can pass it over to my boy over here.
There you go. Oh, yeah. Here, I'll do it. I forgot that. Yeah, it's probably disgusting.
My son, my boy. Here we go. We're passing the mic. Look at that. We get to experience the full pass together, y'all.
Right.
My son, need to talk to you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
What's up? What's up,
What
man?
is-
What's going on?
What's up, dude? Congrats on your top 8, man. You're getting closer and closer to actually sealing the deal on your potentially your lock-in for Worlds, man. That must be
I know,
exciting,
man.
dude.
It is. It really is. I came to this kind of low expectations, but it's been working out, I guess. No pressure on me playing
Sometimes-
these games. Sometimes I just gotta, rely on Wool 7 being god flips for me.
Yeah, God flips are the way to go. Just playing stupid forwards for free sometimes gets
Yes,
you
sir.
there.
Yep.
So tell me a little bit about your top 16 match since we got a little bit of time. What did you play against? How did the games go?
Yeah, so I played Nick. He was playing Fire Water Warriors, which is honestly a really tough matchup for me personally. I always struggled
Yeah.
against it. It's not really like one-sided as some people might think, at least for me.
I don't think it is either.
I mean, game one, I mean, he had the armor for my Wool 7, and it was kind of just playing catch up, but he just got it at the end. Game two was really rough for me. I drew no backups. I literally just turned one into Mog pass, and he played, I forgot what. I think he just played a backup pass. And then I played another forward. I got 0 backups the whole entire game, and I somehow still got it. Ifrit, I mean, Clive into Ifrit is just like completely busted.
Yeah.
And that pretty much what got me the game. Game three was really one-sided in my favor. He took turn one. He just played not enough pass, and my turn one as turn two of the game. I just Sarah FFL, he let me search. So I'm like, okay, cool. He doesn't have the armor. I'll see what armor this. And I just searched my Wool 7 with Wolf 4-color Wool, and I just paid 8 for Wool 7. He let it pass, and I got Alpha Node and the Ice backup. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm chilling.
Gross.
And I
big
drew
vibing,
into Clive, and I'm like, okay, I'm in such a good spot now. Like, if I draw fire, I'm just gonna press the gas pedal and just start hitting them for like 3 to 4 damage a turn, and that's pretty much what he did. He tried to recoup by playing like forwards, but it just didn't matter. I just had like the clear board. I killed 2 of his guys because I believe he played Axstar, but he didn't kill anything. He just wanted bodies. But yeah, I just
Probably
played...
to slow you down a little bit with the
Yeah.
Axstar being able to freeze everything.
Yeah, exactly. But it just didn't matter. I was just like full on throttle with Clive into Ifrit. And after that, it was just kind of, he was playing catch up with 1 backup, and he just couldn't do it. Like at the end, I got him to 6 damage, and I was just always swing with 9 and 8Ks, and he just always had to, do unfavorable trades for him. And at the end, my Sarah FFL activated my Clive after he tried to freeze it, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm really liking some of the technology in your deck. Like, I really can you talk to me a little bit about the impact that your 3-up Paladin has made throughout your tournament structure? Because this is the first time maybe I've seen it, and maybe I'm blind because I don't get to play as much as I want to. As that card made an impact very much. It just seems super strong to be able to either kind of cantrip for free or just move stuff out of the way. Or what have you found that's been very impactful throughout Cut?
Yeah. So when I made this list, I was a fan of the backups that gave you a crystal and draw, but I kind of found out that at least my play style, I would start getting into playing actual backups and getting to above the 3. So, and I didn't like just getting crystals. I still wanted to draw. So these new backups are really, really good for me, where I was just like, well, no matter what, I'm always going to draw. Or they have like something extra useful, especially with this meta right now. Like you have the fire one that hits something for 5, so it kills Yuna.
Yeah, the security officer, yeah.
Right. Yep. And then you have Paladin, which either gets something out of the way or just draws you a card, right? So you have that flexibility. And then I didn't want to put the lightning security officer. I forgot the actual name of the lightning one, but I was like,
I don't remember.
I mean, that one was like kind of meh. I think it deals like 7K to a 1-drop. I can't remember how much exactly, but I was like,
Sure.
actually, I think this Barrel Eye is a lot better. It just gets you like a wall if you need a wall for special. It gets you whatever you need, right? Just look at your break zone, grab whatever you forward you want. I know when I was practicing with it, there was a lot of times where I was struggling to get him on the board. So that's why I ended up putting 3 Emperors to kind of help me with that. So that's why my list typically, I know there was like a couple games in Swiss yesterday where people just think, oh, he only has 2 Emperors and just kill him, for the last time. And then I search for another one. They're just like surprised that I have a 3rd one. Because surprise, surprise, everybody likes to play actions right now, with literally a lot of the decks are right now enjoying playing actions with Witch or with Tyvis, stuff like that. Even Mog, right? They had to pay 2. Now it's like, oh, I'm getting punished for stopping him from searching. So I've always liked those type of cards that kind of punish you for trying to stop your opponent, which is why I bumped it up back to 3.
Yeah, the Emperor was something I'll be honest, until I saw, like, you can see how impactful it is. I think in Chicago is where I saw how impactful 3-cost Emperor really shone. And everybody that I've talked to that has jammed the Wolf 7 list that's running this as a side, like a card, has seen how impactful it is for actions being played in the meta. Like you said, there's a lot of Witch of the Fens, there's a lot of Tyvises. Did you face a lot of that in Swiss, or did you see a lot of Yuna? Tell me about your Swiss experience.
And so I didn't see any Yuna. Here, let me actually see what I played, because I actually made a note of it. So no Yunas, which honestly I wouldn't mind playing Yunas, because I think Yuna's a pretty easy matchup for me. So I played Scions, which, I mean, like, it's an easy matchup, let's be honest. Like, they have a lot of targeting stuff, and I play Amas, I play you can't target anything, good luck. And then I also play Gentiana. Gentiana's actually pretty good in that matchup.
She's crazy.
If they try to do anything, with your Stola, would try to give her haste. I'm like, okay, cool, I'll doll her. Go ahead. She has haste now. Actually, no, she doesn't.
Yeah.
And then I played Water Lightning Monsters. That matchup, the monsters, if I have Gentiana or the Emperor, more specifically the Emperor, it's not as free anymore for them. They typically like to spam their board with monsters and do witch stuff for free, but the Emperor just kind of says, actually, you can't now. You got to pay the 2. And even if when they start like doing witch stuff to try to silence your board, I like to still special, even though theoretically they'll get silence afterwards. I like to force them into giving more reactions, because if they do, okay, fine, they're paying mana to try to kill my stuff on top of the stack.
And in this economy of the game, when you have to pay an extra 2 every single time you're trying to be cost efficient and getting this value, it really makes things so exactly at times. That's why we're seeing a lot. And as you were saying, with the Emperor, paying that extra 2 is huge. That's why Cecil in the meta is just breaking sometimes. And even Yuna, which everybody talks that it's the big boogeyman in the room, but I think we've created this interesting archetype where getting these cards are becoming way more valuable just because of the landscape of the meta. So it's really cool to see these technologies, just like these cards you were saying, that are really impactful based on what everybody else is playing. So
exactly. And I think like something we like a lot of us kind of, although Witch is very strong, I'm actually happy that Witch is in the meta, because she kind of balances everything out. She kind of checks a lot of these decks, right? Like, if I'm pretty sure if we didn't have Witch, like, Yuna would just be absolutely disgusting, which just kind of checks Yuna really, really. Like, she just puts a hard stop to Yuna. She puts a harder stop to like a lot of decks, but it also loses to a lot of things too, which I think is healthy for the game, surprisingly.
It's crazy too, because I feel like I'm probably gonna have everybody in the room just not want to listen to me anymore because I think this is interesting. Nobody wants to listen to me in general, but like I feel like Yuna has created this interesting landscape where we're starting to put values on cards that may have not have been very strong because of how powerful she is. But it's interesting how in the US right now it is not converted a win yet. Even in our top 16 right now, we have one Yuna in 16. Wall 7 and Knights were the most represented in top 16. So it's really interesting to see that, you know, these cards such as Emperor or like even Dark Emperor people are running. Just
Yeah.
you know, different things that are just becoming a lot more relevant based on the way the thing, which is making the meta very flexible. So it's definitely,
exactly.
I think that you know, I'm really excited to watch your game. I'm really rooting for both you guys. Do you have any shout outs or any shout out your game store? You're an LGS owner now, dude.
Yeah. Shout out to Game Night. I am a game store owner.
Look at
Game
this
Night in
guy,
Chicago. Our LQ is August 10th. August 10th again. August 10th.
August 10th. August 10th.
Yeah, so my LQ is August 10th, and for those who didn't see, I got those Alpha Node promos. I'm sure you guys got to see yesterday in my game against Tori Kelly.
Oh yeah, you were flexing. I was talking about how beautiful. Yeah, dude.
Yep. So I'm top 4 is gonna get one, and then I'm gonna be raffling off 2 total to anyone that enters my event. You know, I just want to get more people in the game. You know, raffle off 2 of them for you know, anyone could try to win one, because I know that was it's a really hot, you know, commodity, and we all know how much they're selling, which let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want people to get a chance. Yeah, I want people a chance to try to win one, you know, and on top of that, also compete to try to get one. So yeah, August 10th. Shout out to my Chicago crew. I hate E-Man. He hates me too, but it's okay. We love each other at the end. And yeah, shout out to my girlfriend as well, Vista.
Yeah. All right, man. And good luck in the top cut.
Thank you.
Do you have a web do you have a shop or like an online shop or anything people can tell if they want to support your shop?
Currently on the works. Just currently on.
You're working. I know.
Yeah.
No worries. Support. We got to support the locals that support us. Well, hey, I wish you all the luck, all the best in this top 8. We're excited to watch you. We're gonna go to a super quick break. And we'll get into the games once we're ready.
If I can, real quick, yo, Brian Gray.
No, you cannot. Don't you dare.
Cup?
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Lay the floor.
I was just like, yo, Brian Garrity, have you ever gotten 8 and order Materia Cup? Yeah, I didn't think so, buddy. Just messing with them.
Sheesh.
All right, thanks for the good game.
Yeah, man. All right, guys. We're gonna just go to a quick break.
Thank you so much, man.
And then we're gonna just jump in on our top 8 match. All right. So stay locked, stay tuned. We'll be back in like a minute or two.
Prepare yourself.
最後かもしれないだろう。だから全部話しておきたいんだ。
Say again. I meant, forget that. I got too close to Sid and my head's all foggy like. So I don't know where this place is, or even where I came from.
All right. We are back, y'all. We are just filled with action. Filling it back and forth, just kind of getting ready to get this game started. I wanted to kind of really quickly go over what was still left in the field of the top 8. So, right now we still have Tori in the fight for it with his Water Earth Monsters variant. Mike, who we just saw on stream, who had 4-color wall. Leo, who is currently on stream playing his 7-cost wall deck, kind of playing a bunch of 3-costs. We had a little interview before. Chaos Arc on Anthony, who will be on the right side. We also have Adam, who is the Soul Category 4 unit deck. We have Taylor, who's in there with Scions. Maximine, who also has 4-color already, and we have one last Knights player. I will say the Knights player who played in Top Cut was playing against the Mirror, so this should be a really, really interesting Top Cut. So let's kind of talk about the decks. We've had both these players on stream. You know, I loved how if you know, nobody could reveal like what their strategy is for this matchup. But Chaos Arc is a very, very interesting controlling kind of deck, right? Anthony talked about earlier where he made a bunch of matchup predictions to kind of just overall different ways to face different decks that is very in the meta. So it's very curated. However, I'm just looking at it. There's definitely a game plan for the Chaos deck, but looking at his list, there's definitely a bunch of things that he can use. We saw him on stream basically replaying Chaos Arc over and over. He is running a 3 of Ixion, which can actually be very backbreaking for Leo. Being able to just recycle the Men in Black and being able to just kill a bunch of his 3 costs can definitely just be absolutely insane. Now, he is a lot slower than Leo. One thing that we can look at the last matchup is we saw DJ, who played his deck very well, understanding when to be aggressive. So if I'm Leo DeMarcos on this matchup, I kind of want to go real fast. I want to kind of be able to break the board. I want to be able to haste things. I want to get Gilgamesh online and freeze things that are important. Don't give Anthony the time he needs to kind of unlock everything out. I will say that there is some removal in his deck. He has the Emperor, which will definitely stop action abilities, which is huge for being able to sack and kill something. You know, if I was in Leo's shoes, I would just be very aggressive here. He has a lot of different ways to not only interact with his board through just different forwards like Alphanod, being able to tutor anything. He also runs the multicolor Onion Knight, so he can return things to his hand, kind of brick his hand with multiple Chaos Dark cards, not give him the value off the Chaos there. But Zero Miss is going to actually be a really huge thing in the back, and he can go ahead, freeze things, move things out of the way. Gentiana can go ahead and make things lose abilities. That's really huge in this matchup. Having Amat's, now I believe he is the only Amat deck of the two. So it's going to be really, really cool to go ahead and do that. And they're going to review each other's decks, kind of understand that this is the breakdown of the matchup between both players. They're both very talented players. I'm very excited. Anthony was a local at my shop way back. Leo, just a very talented player from the Chicago area. Shout outs to the Chicago squad. All the guys from the Shantoto cast, all the guys kind of grinding that out. Super exciting to see a bunch of very high level play. And it's interesting because if you look at some of the decks that are in our top 8, like the monster decks, sometimes they're hard to interact with. This matchup specifically has really is very much a forward controlling matchup. So this is going to be a ton of interaction back and forth, a ton of different things back and forth, just of moving, and we're going to get the gameplay going. So this should be a really, really cool back and forth. We'll have 75 minutes on the clock. Let's get it rolling. So it looks like he's going to start by playing a Sarah FFL. Now we know that Anthony does not run any Amat. So basically Leo Marcos is free to fly. Can't search for that with Sarah. We wish we could. That would be crazy. All right, so he's getting the double 4-color wool. That is very, very interesting. He is just saying that if you have any type of interaction for me to even cancel my wool special, that was there. He's also being able to put a light card in the bin to get Gilgamesh to 3 colors fast. So I think seeing this search telegraphs to me that I might have a Gilgamesh in hand. I might have a strong, and he's taking out cards that can not target his stuff. So let's see how he responds to this, right? So he's going ahead playing, it looks like he is playing a, it's a little blurry, so I apologize, my friend. It looks like he might be playing a Seymour, putting some to the chop, or a Chadley. Yep. Oh, he's getting Iridia to get the Seymour out. And then he's playing the Seymour to put the Mist Dragon on top, which is big. It's saying, I think he could see that Leo might have Gilgamesh in hand. And he's saying, hey, if you slam this thing, I'm going to make it have basically no abilities. Here we go. But boom, what do you say about that? He can't say anything, so he's going to resolve. Ifrit, Warrior of Light, Gilgamesh. There's Gilgamesh. And Ferris. And I believe that is a security officer. He might be inclined to security officer here just to make some backup line. Now, he put the Mist Dragon to the top of the deck. Oh no, he discard. I apologize. So he go ahead and play. He's gonna freeze the backup, and let's see what he hits. Oh, he hits Arc off top. So this is a brutal start for our friend here. Man, that is such a heavy start. Now he didn't hit insanely well with the wool, right? But Gilgamesh is a really big start, and Anthony's deck does like to develop a ton of backups first. So I feel like he's kind of forcing this weird play lines of saying, okay, so he's just slamming Chaos. He's going to pass priority, which means he's not going to just arc something. But Anthony knows that he has a light wool in his hand. So he's passing priority just to give him that's a very smart play. He's going to give him the Gilgamesh. This might telegraph to me that I might have a Gilgamesh. This might also telegraph to me that, something of that nature. Now, I will say Anthony does have it looks like he has a couple interesting things that he can go ahead and use on that end. Not a way to stack the forward aside from the chaos, but passing priority I think was super smart there. I think this is a very weird kind of scenario for Anthony, right? I don't think that. I think freezing his backup really pushed Anthony into a line of just playing chaos for not a ton of value. I think next turn, yeah, he has to give anyway because of the lichen. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I don't think that Anthony got like one of his crazy targets, right? Being 2-colored, so he's gonna go ahead and swing the Warrior of Light, get a chair. Ooh, I think he's just gonna slam. I think he's gonna cast Axstar here. So he's gonna cast Axstar, right? He's gonna go ahead and layer his triggers so that he's gonna layer his triggers. I'm assuming he's gonna target chaos, freeze, all the forwards that don't cost 3, which will not include his Gilgamesh now. He's gonna cast something. He's gonna play Zero Miss. He's gonna freeze his backup. He's gonna deal 6k, but his board is frozen. Now the interesting thing is here, right? If we look at Gilgamesh, right? So Gilgamesh FFBE, he does have, I believe Anthony has 2 elements in his discard currently. If he gets a 3rd, right? And I'm looking at his deck now. Anthony's deck is primarily Earth Lightning. Now he does run a one of Yuna that we talked about briefly, which would add that 3rd color. But if he has a way to get a Chaos in the bin, it would give him 3rd colors to get some of the triggers that Gilgamesh was giving Leomarcos. But this is such a weird, peculiar kind of board state, right? He has this really good forward. Let's see if he has a way to maybe hard draw the Wind Yuna to put the 3rd color in his discard pile. Which it looks like he's just casting the LB. He's going to get a Cloud. I think he's going to pop the Zero Miss. The Zero Miss is really making a ton of... it's going to push everything out of the way. Let's see. Does he have the Amat here? If he had the Amat here, that'd be wild. Oh, he did search for that prior. So he has the S special here. Let's see if he has a way to even... work out of this. Let's see. So he's going to respond by arcing and killing the Axstar on the stack. He's going to dump 2. Interesting. So he had the Amat. Very unique scenario. Very. This is brutal. So his Zero Miss is kind of going to go a little wild here. He's going to go ahead and Dole freeze something. So what do we freeze here? Here's something interesting. Because he casted an arc, he now has 3 color. Anthony has 3 colors in a bin. So it does unlock Gilgamesh's 1k first strike ability, which is, I mean, it's super good. That was a really heads up play, being able to put an arc in the bin, because it does give him 3 colors to be able to get FFBE in there. So it will, be a bigger body. So that's something to think. I maybe would be inclined to freeze. Ooh, hits another chair. And he just passes the turn. Now this is kind of interesting. Let's see what Anthony decides to do. Now he could attack with Gilgamesh, right? Get a point of damage, then go ahead and chuck the Gilgamesh to kill the Zero Miss. I actually wonder if he should have swung first and then maybe at damage resolution to chuck the forward there. So oh man, that is crazy. Take a look here. Like he might have wolf specialed on the back. I missed that. So let's take a look. So we're going ahead. We're drawing 2 cards. It's looking not great for Anthony, right? He's just this is what I was saying. Leomarcos pumping. Oh, Clive into. Oh, this is gross. He's gonna go ahead, pop the chaos. He's gonna have freeway to swing in. He's gonna probably go ahead, swing into the freeze the backup, and then go ahead, swing, then blow it up. Oh, gross. All right, this is looking bad. I think that we might see a concession here, depending on what the mode is. Let's see if he draws another chaos on the back end. Another chaos wouldn't be that bad, but he just has so many threats, and he has this Zero Miss here that just is going to dull his board. This is kind of what I was talking about in this matchup. You have to be so aggressive. You're surprised he's not Anthony's not attacking. Any reason not to. So he's kind of on the back burner here. Zero Miss has this ability to dull all the forwards at the end of turn. So it kind of makes Leomarco build a lot of tempo to go ahead and push, because I feel like you get to this mid game, but that could be another reason. Maybe the Toto is there, right? But now Leo's board is gone. But let's say if he top decks a Gilgamesh with a way to cast it off the top, he just swings per game. I don't think Anthony has the time to attack, because if you give Leo more space to attack, he will lose the game on the spot. I don't think attacking is correct, because it gives the thing is with Leo's deck, the more breathing room you give him, the more he has to just kind of haste it out. So he's going to play an Arnea to go get a 3-cost wall. I believe this is his 3rd wall. I'll say this much. Anthony is a very, very intelligent player. Having a Toto out allows him to have Ixion into play, which can go ahead and break all the 3-cost forwards, which is really good against Leomarcos' deck. Kind of wild, crazy kind of thing. So he's kind of looking at the bin. I know Anthony he's a very, very good player, but he's kind of looking for what potential things can he hit and swing. And if we look back at the game, we can go ahead. So he's X-deathing. He's removing all the characters from play. This could be brutal. We can go ahead and say, if he has 10 or more removed cards from play, Leo has to pick a character and remove it from the game. It's definitely, it's rough. I think if Leo can make get some incidental haste or kind of attack in, like getting another Clive off the top probably is good games there. Oh, and he passes. This is huge. So you're giving some breathing room. Yeah, did he hit the 20 threshold? Let me see if I'm gonna double check to see if X Death is a May. Hold on 1 second. We might have a pause there because I don't think X. Can you pause? Check to see if there's 20 characters. Oh, he did. He RFG. Oh, I didn't see. Okay. Never mind. We're good. I apologize. I thought somebody caught something. That's my bad, guys. I appreciate chat always at least being aware of that. I just didn't see the card that was removed. So he's going to go ahead, play the 4-color wall. He's going to get a Lena. The Lena's a 1 of... This hit is, like, not the best. He gets a backup. Now, I believe that's his 1 of... backup. I'm blanking on the name. It's one of the new cards of Baralai. That's right, Baralai. He can get a forward from the break zone, add it to the hand. That could be huge here. The Lena is pretty huge as well because you'll have but just putting bodies on board is pretty. Oh, here's the Sonin note Anthony was talking about. Anthony was talking about how this could be, you could 2-for-1 something with the Sonin. So let's kind of take a look here. A weird board state because Leo has to just deal one more point of damage, and I don't think the flip from the wall was strong. Here's the Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh is pretty big here. You grab Manuel, Paladin, draw 2. Yeah, exactly. I know. Combat trick for sure. Well, we talked about this in the first game of the stream, how he uses that as a 2-for-1 combat trick. So that's definitely something he would use here on the back end. He's going ahead swing with the wool. He's going to block. Yep, and we're going to go to game. And yeah. Okay. He just like blocked. Okay, here's the chaos. Not holding priority at all. It doesn't look like it here. Ooh, yeah. So he's just giving that. I think he's just giving him blockers, guys that can't block, so he can try to push. And this chaos is big. Let's see if he can move it out of the way. If he moves it out of the way, I mean, this would go to a game, but this is interesting. He played the wall. All right, so he's going in. Does he have a Surge Ace? He might have a Surge Ace, and yep. Oh, that's brutal. Sheesh. Wait. So hold on. Yeah. So. Good catch, chat. Let's kind of take a look here. Hold on, we'll get a pause, chat. Don't worry. Yeah, it might be reversible. It might. Yeah, we'll get a judge going there. There should still be, at least being people. Hold on 1 sec. All right, we should still at least be aware. We should at least keep players aware of how. I'm gonna let the head judge kind of go ahead and make his decision, but there should be. If you hold on. While it is too fast, there should be some awareness of keeping the available board state. And maybe Shane will go ahead and get on the mic and talk about how he's reversing it. They are both fast players, and they do need to slow it down. For anybody that's in chat that can look, we can always look on an outside end looking in and calling it live, but we have to, first of all, we have some very high level players and understand this pace of play. Maybe I can.
Yep.
Hey, is it
Point. So at this point, this would have been the board state. This would have been my draw for turn, and I'd have Chaos in hand still. Because I played Chaos the next turn.
So how much damage did you take?
None.
Well, you blocked with the X-Death.
I blocked this with the X-Death, and then this got killed the X-Death because I had first strike. It was 2 turns ago, and this was the board state.
I don't know if anybody can hear the
And then you went to your turn and did what?
I played Chaos, and I stole it. And that's the only thing that happened.
Okay, so since I feel like the board state is not that complex, it does change the fact of like, if you wouldn't have attacked with this, you wouldn't have attacked with that. That would be a lie.
This attack happened after that was out. After he attacked, he attacked this one first.
Yeah.
for
So we can
everybody
just-
who
Yeah,
We can just say that
I think that's fine. It'd just be a warning for both of you,
yeah.
right? Maintain the game state.
this
And
is
I'll
still
make
the
note of that. And I'll give you
I will say,
a
guys-
3-minute extension.
And then there would be an excess trigger at the end of your
Yeah.
turn.
So extra.
it was a good catch, chat. And
Yeah.
just for and shout outs to the
Back
judge
going
as
to the break
always.
zone. Okay, your turn.
Thanks to chat for catching, but definitely
Sonon would die.
So on is the
Yep.
arc.
Yep.
I arc. Yeah. Yeah. So this is my.
This
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Who you attack? The end step of your turn. You have.
isn't it your turn?
No, because
At the end of your turn, you were going to sacrifice the security officer, you said, right?
because you cast it.
Yeah.
So then you would pass turn to me, and yeah,
Next step.
You're right. He's right. He is.
Okay.
Turn now.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't sack this. It's
Okay.
yeah. We're just rewind. Yeah, you're good.
yeah.
Stand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
you're going to play for your turn, you're going to play.
Yeah.
I'll do my thing.
Okay. I'll just stay
I'm
for
gonna
a
see if
little
I-
bit.
Yeah. Sure.
all right. All right, guys. I think we're just getting back to the board state. Shout out to the judge Shane. It's very hard for people who haven't judged in any capacity, and I'm not saying anything on that. It is a labor of love. It is really a hard thing to do. There's a lot of ways to go ahead and rewind the board state.
I don't know what you
Hello?
want me to say. Let me put the.
Oh, no, I didn't need anything for you to say specifically. They just heard the judge call live. That's all. No,
Okay.
I didn't need you at all. Sorry. Hey, thank you for all you do. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. So we're kind of rewound it to a board state, but it's very important for players to not only give. Like, the cards in this game have just so much text. Just so much text. So understanding that playing at a fast pace can actually, it's a good thing, but I think it's important to go ahead and understand that, everybody's just trying to do the best they can to try to maintain the board state, to understand that kind of thing there. And it's really a hard choice there, but we're getting back into this here. So it looks like Wool can, it looks like Wool's there. Let's take a look here. It's kind of cool though. I got to tell you, there's not many times you can actually listen to a live judge call. That's kind of cool to listen to it live, and it gives people in the background. It's always okay to call a judge. Always okay. Thanks for chat for catching everything there. It looks like he's gonna jam a Leo to kind of refill. All right. Looks like he's going to pass the Leo by discarding 2, drawing a card. He's going to pass it. All right. That was, But what does Anthony do here? So, yeah. Oh, I think Anthony's looking here for the, the deck out is actually something that is real. You know, the Wolf 7 list definitely like has a value of decking. All right, so let's see what Anthony is kind of trying to do here. All right, so he blocks with Leo, draws 2. Leo actually has a potential to maybe deck out here, which is kind of a scary thing. The Zidane LB is actually a really cheeky play by Anthony. So it's definitely, I mean, Leo's just facing a bunch of like bozos on the board. And I don't think, you know, Leo's deck doesn't have a lot of like board wipes for all. So we're looking here. I feel like one way he might be able to move stuff around. Just looking at the current board state, he might be able to jam and no, I mean not even the Axe Star gets you there. I was thinking Axe Star to jam to freeze a bunch of stuff, but he freezes his own wall, right? So let's take a look at what he had. This is such a weird board state now.
I'm sure it was hard not to think of home. I'm starting to feel better already. A little better.
All right, so he's going in. I believe he's playing his LB Ico, which is kind of crazy. I think that's LB Ico. No. Oh, he's using Gilgamesh to remove. I'm sorry. Yeah, he could stack the Giga here, but let's see if he sees the line. All right, so he's gonna get Lulu. Oh God, oh yeah, you can go ahead and just murk that, give it haste. I think that Leo might be decking out. Yeah, it's a weird looking eye. Yeah, I definitely called that wrong there, but that's cool, you know. Let's see. So, geez, just Anthony just has all the bodies on Earth, and he's counting his. I think he's gonna mill him. Absolutely wild. I think that if Leo doesn't get his turn, he might just go ahead and go for the kill. He has less than 5 cards in deck. He's gonna mill him. He's just gonna swing for damage, kind of go ahead and just. I don't think he has an out here unless he can like cleanly get 1 point of damage on board, right? This is just a ton of just oppressive bodies, oppressive bodies. At least no arcs left. Yeah, risky to swing with Boogeyman Gil. Yeah, I agree. He just does not have many cards in his deck, right? It is risky, but he might actually put him to a deck point where Leo decks on the following backswing. I think what a crazy world we live in. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see Shark do so well this tournament. I mean, Anthony did talk about this. Like, he kind of geared his arc towards how the meta worked. Looks like Leo is looking at a windmill slam something. I think he knows that the writing's on the wall here. It happens way more than we players wish. Yeah, I could see that. Man, what a grindy back and forth game. Oh, it looks like going to the bathroom. But yeah, chat, thanks for all vibing and watching. Everybody's been really involved Yeah, there's no tiebreakers really in Top Cut. So yeah, I would definitely say that. So, yep, it looks like a little bathroom break here. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be game 2. Sorry for the I'm trying to figure out just a ton of different matchup lineups. So in game 2, Leo's going to have the play. This was such a back and forth grindy game. So it's definitely been it's definitely been a real back and forth. I'm excited I'm sorry, I'm like wanted to see if how this game 2 works. So it looks like his hand is pretty good. So is he going for the Sarah? Okay, so he's going into the Sarah to get the Warrior of Light, maybe like multicolored 4-color wall, and then we'll put in light wall in there. That seems pretty cool. All right, so let's see how he cooks back. So it looks like he's getting the 4-color wall, just your typical Wool 7 kind of start. And I gotta tell you, Liu's sleeve game is on point, dude. Oh, well, both players' sleeve games on point, because Anthony with the poo-poo sleeves. No. It looks like he's going for a like it was a Chadley to get an Ixion. Now, Ixion was something I was talking about early in the matchup, which is really, really big against Leo Marcos. All right, so we got a 7-color wall here. It's going to trigger the burst. It looks like Hackstar and Zeramis. Yeah. What a gross little start here. Oh my lord. Can't hate that, man. He just has a removal on a stick and a frozen, like, he's just gonna freeze all of Anthony's stuff. Now, this is kind of similar to what the last game was. Kind of putting this really kind of control element to Anthony's deck. I'm wondering how he interacts with this board. So, let's see what Anthony does. It's still early, so it doesn't, like, isn't bone breaking. It's definitely something that we need to at least respect, right? Oh, he's just gonna blow everything up with the chair. Oh, it feels terrible. I will say both games we literally saw Anthony just blow everything up afterwards. But we'll see how well things reset. Now, the interesting thing, it does 8K, not 9, so the Wolf's gonna stay alive. Very, very cool. I wonder, and I'm looking at Anthony's deck. He doesn't run any ping in the LB, so I'm interested to see how he kind of goes into this play here. It's so brutal to have your board just like blown up like that. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Let's see. What does he do here? How do we react? How do we interact to get this kind of feel here? So we go ahead, we blow up the board, right? Let's oh, man. This is brutal, right? I think Leo's kind of interacting and thinking in his brain, right? How do we place more pressure on the board if we have a way to build pressure on the board? Maybe I would potentially go to the LB. I'm trying to, and I'm looking at his LB, right? I mean, he could potentially, I don't know, maybe like get a Kuja out. That'd be kind of interesting if he could. That way he could just kind of push things out of the way. Another thing he could do, I can't see the layer of his hand. He could just do a Leo to draw, very neutral play. Man, crazy. Yeah, he has a lot of interest. I think he's deciding his line. You could see how everybody's really cool and playing in the scene. Yeah, I think he is gonna go for the LB here. Let's see. Definitely been an exciting back and forth kind of game here. So he's going towards the LB, playing the Leo to draw. I think that's a solid neutral play. He's drawing a card, maybe resetting. He got an Axe Star off of it. Now I probably would have swung and then played the Leo. Probably would have been a tiny bit better and cleaner, right? Oh, look at that. You know a deck is gorgeous like that when it's just got a thing full of full arts and foils. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm telling you, his cards are so pretty. I thought that burst, I thought he hit a Odin off a burst. I was like, oh, that's but guess not. Let's see here. So it looks like he's going to discard an Onion Knight, right? Discard. Thinking this is it's very hard when you get your board wiped and then you have to refill. But he's just extending. I see what he was doing. So he was trying to figure out what cards to remove with LB Gilgamesh. Definitely a smart move. Plus it puts another body on the board, right? He's kind of limiting different things. So Leo should be aware that he runs 2 of Cryo in the main. Which is able to get some of the summons in his bin. So it's a very heads-up play to just remove the summons from the bin, just so that Anthony cannot move any of his guys in there. Definitely an interesting back and forth kind of scenario on that end, just to be able to be like, hey, how do I move against 2 different types of board wipes? And I think he's just trying to figure out how to interact. And the interesting thing is he did have the Ixion, right? Ixion can kill the Leo, but it can't kill anything else. It's putting a lot less value. I think if I'm Anthony, I tutor with the Seymour, maybe get a 5-cost Odin to the top. Maybe slow down the pressure that's being held. It's definitely definitely a unique interaction, right? We definitely want to slow the pace down of the game, and I think by putting a burst to the top is pretty interesting. Let's see. So he's putting a Kusith to the top. That's really, really interesting. He's valuing his Lulu that's in the discard pile. So he's saying to Leo, if you want to attack me, I'm going to be able to get tons of value from my discard pile because I'll replay the Lulu for the following turn. It's kind of weird because I'm looking at Leo's list. The Gilgamesh can remove a bunch of cards from the bin. He doesn't have any other ways to remove cards from the bin aside from the Gilgamesh. So he has to kind of accept and say, hey, like, these summons are going to come back, right? Now, the other thing to ask is if, let's say if Anthony draws the Kusith, right? I think slowing an attack down for a turn is actually, oh, the Gilgamesh is huge, actually. Gilgamesh is super huge. I think he has enough colors. I think he put a he got a Light Warrior of Light from the Tutor Search from Sarah. Definitely has at least 3 or 4 colors on there. Can he go? Oh, he's Mist Dragon. So this is really huge. Kind of an interesting thing that happens here, right? So we're looking here, and he's like, okay, he drew a card. He took the Kusith off the top of his deck. So even though it did remove it from the game, he can kind of attack freely now. Leo getting in, Mist Dragon getting in, hitting an Arc, a Chaos, and a Mist Dragon. Really heads up play by Leo, though. You have to remove it so Gilgamesh doesn't kill you, but you are free to get a bunch of damage in. So he's going to play Chaos, hold priority, Arc the Gilgamesh. He's going to let it resolve, discard the 2 cards, and then what? Is he going to continue to hold priority, play another Arc? Oh, man, this is crazy. You know, the one thing, Arc looks like an insane looking board. He says, here, have my crappy Leo. And now he's just going to remove all the characters from the games just so that Gilgamesh can't have the triple swing that he wants. Oh, and now he's going to remove his only... This is where the game gets real brutal. So he has a security officer in hand, but he also seems to have, you know, an Axe Star, which is super crazy, right? We're kind of looking at this, and we're going ahead and saying, okay, maybe I think here Leo's got a... I think Leo can potentially push for game on the backswing here. And I will say I mean, so Anthony does run Odin in the list, right? He could potentially, and I don't know the layout of his hand, but I don't think it's very... I think he's trying to push. This X-Death is going to take over the game, like, very soon if he does not start to close the door, right? So he's going to kill the Leo. Kind of interesting play here. Okay, so he's gonna special to give. There we go. So he's gonna play that to deal a damage. He's gonna go ahead, try to get him to 6 and pass. Now, I think he played the Zac here so he could play a forward that just does not have the ability. Yeah, I should probably. Yeah. Oh, well, let's take a look here. I don't think I see a Leo in there. No, I don't think the Leo's in the break zone. That's an Axe Star. Good catch, though. I always appreciate people looking. So Anthony really has... I think if Anthony can stop the onslaught the following turn, I think he's in a great position to win. Oh, it looks like he's... Is Surjace? Yeah, Surjace and Dull. Yeah. Ooh, so he has to respond. He might Ramu. He is running 4-cost Ramu. Oh. Leo from B is in his break zone. Please catch, guys. Gotta chat, y'all. Just catching everything here. I have a tiny delay on my end, so I might not be able to see. I think we're just checking on. Yeah, I think Anthony's just scooping this one. Yeah, so we're going to go to a game 3 here. What a barn burner of a game. We've just had back-to-back grinders. Crazy, crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Gilga does win. Yep. I think that Anthony also understands that this is a losing game. With 30 minutes left on the clock, it might not even. You want to get a full game into your third game because you hate to win based off damage. I actually think that in the long term, if it goes to damage and tiebreakers, for people who don't know, when it goes to time, it goes to 3 turns down. These guys should have a 5-minute extension or a 3-minute extension based on that rewind. But if that's the case, he's going to go ahead and I think Anthony understands that his deck just puts more pressure early. So if it goes to damage, then Leo might win the game just from that. So I think that was a solid concession. This has been a really good set of games. Yuna Chicken Mirrors. I will say this, Emmanuel. There is only one Yuna in top 8 right now. There was only one Yuna in top 16. So 0 Yuna Chickens. Only roosters. All right. So this is the first game. Anthony is going first, which is super duper nice. So he's playing Araya. All right. This is kind of interesting because I feel like with Anthony being able to set the pace a little bit. So if you notice, guys, he's really playing a lot of playing very Almost Alphanon being discarded every game. Yeah, it's the worst card, you know? Was the Swords to Plowshare, it would be in his hand. Just kidding. It's a beautiful promo. I'm really glad they did that. Just for everybody to know for knowledge, even though the timer does say it's under 30 minutes, they do have an extra 6 minutes due to that rewind. That should be a crime. Maybe it should be a crime. It is a beautiful promo. I wish I need to snag one before they turn into like $1 million. So here's the wolf. Just hitting Ziamis off the top like it's easy. Oh man, that is a crazy flip. What? Do you put like Moody in there? Do you put Moody? Jeez. And maybe putting Moody in there. I think putting that on the board is probably the most solid thing. I think he's still deciding, so I think he puts the Zeramis and the Lena, right? I think he's prioritizing bodies on the board, which is fair. I think he's just trying to like just put pressure, right? It does force Anthony to kind of have specific answers towards his board wipes. Emmanuel, I was kind of thinking that. I think if it were me, I get the Moody because essentially I get a forward that freezes a backup and then a Mott to clean a, like, you know, like a backup of or something. I like grabbing the Moody instead of grabbing the Lena. Personally. Oh well, the colors, I'm done. It's okay, so am I. Welcome to the club. All right, so what does Anthony do here? I'm kind of wondering if he's going to try to... Oh, he's slamming the Toto. I think you got to do it, right? Like... Yeah, but hey, it becomes basically free and cooks you. Yeah, it kind of does. It's kind of funny. Let's see how Leo kind of responds to the Toto. Oh, here he is. We're getting another spin the wheel. Security officer, Gilgamesh, Zero. Oh my god, what a god, dude. Holy crap. What flips? Man, well, Emo, you can watch the VOD, bro. It'll catch you up. This is game 3 of this round. They are 1-1. Leo's the on a point. Yeah, ooh, got a Sonin. Kind of doesn't do very much here. Anthony just Shantoto'd the board, and then just Shantoto'd the board and just goes back. Yeah, Anthony Emmanuel said, "This man don't miss, never punished." Dude, I wish I could flip like that. I'd probably be yeah, my invite to Japan if I flip like that. I'll see you at the bottom tables. It's the King RVA, dude. Oh my God, he's just got a Hedicon chair. Yikes! But the cheese stands alone. I gotta tell you, Leo is just pushing pressure, just pushing upon a pressure. It's nice to see some royalty in the chat, dude. Can we only be honored with such great royalty? Oh my God. All right, so I will say, just to give everybody just to get double board wipes, right? Like, I think Anthony is realizing, like, you can only have so many cards. Like, Leo can only restart so many times, right? I think this is one of those matches where we, this is one of those matches, so, one of these matches that can really, really, determine who gets in there. You can only reset the board so many times. Getting a Kusith off of damage is brutal, dude. This is just absolutely butternutters. Alright, so it looks like there's some posturing. I feel like if I'm in this, like, Leo probably, I mean, his deck is just all gas, right? He does, I think he has the Amat. I'm pretty sure here. That would be huge. He might be allergic. He might be. He'd be lactose intolerant. You never know. Alright, so he is using the LB here. He's just doing a straight mill for a draw. I don't think, I mean, he's probably not going to draw. We'll see. I'd be shocked. He might draw. He might share a color with all the multicolors. Oh, yeah, he's making sure. Oh, see, that's good stuff. So it's a Warrior of Light. Oh, yeah, you have to hit when Warrior of Light's the mill. So he's going to draw a card. That'd be a clash name with the play. Yo, that's so funny. Let's take a look. It looks like he has Axstar in the LB. I think we attack and he just blocks because he just doesn't care about the Zidane. I think he's just trying to, you know, put a blocker up so that he doesn't, like, die, you know? Not that he's close to dying, but I definitely think that he is, Alright, so he's going with the Gilgamesh. Dude, Leo's playing this so well. When you flip like a god and you play technical, it's just absolutely insane. I think we get rid... I think he has to read a Ramu, man. That's, I mean, a, what is it? Is it Ramu? I'm trying to remember. An old school Ramu, dude. Opus 4 Ramu. Alright, so we're getting rid of the board wipe. It might have been the Ramu, or maybe the Kusith. I can't really remember. Okay. Yeah, Gilgamesh has done so much work in this game. Just absolutely doing the Lord's work here. All right, so we're playing Chaos, and he's holding priority to kill the Ark. Or kill the, I'm sorry, kill the Gilgamesh. He's going to dump... Oh. Yeah. Chooses not to Amat, but holds the Amat for the X-Death. That is such heads-up play. Oh, man. What a crazy, man. This guy, yeah, look at that. That is such good technical play, guys. Like, to be okay with the Chaos Arc to discard and then just have the Amat ready for the X-Death, because I feel like he can handle the Chaos, not the X-Death necessarily. Oh, my God. Leo's going crazy right now. Ooh, the Men in Black is a big deal. getting Kusith so he can kind of build his board back up again, kind of do stuff like that. Yeah, this is huge. Like, he's just playing like and he's prime in here. Oh my god. Playing out of his mind. Like, what a great... This guy is crushing it right now. Sheesh. This is... He's just playing absolutely out of his brain. Watch, it'll be a burst. Okay, no. All right, that's fine. He does have this Kusith that is available for him to reset. He could get the Men in Black back. MYB loops has been established. Oh boy. There's the chaos. He's gonna take the Ifrit. That could be scary if Leo does not have an answer. Oh man, he has to bully this friggin' ooh, does he attack? Is he trying to attack to see if he sees if his opponent reads if he has another wall in hand? Oh, that is some bullying stuff. So he blocks. He's gonna freeze the Ifrit. Crazy with Surge. This is some wild stuff, but the loop, as Emmanuel said, has been established. It's Jover, dude. It's not over, it's Jover, you know? It is absolutely Jover. Oh, yeah, you can have this Surge Ace. Yeah, this is looking kind of Jover. Kind of Jover here. I think that's his third Chaos, but, like, how do you reset here? I mean, you could maybe... He has one card in hand, right? So if he has a Gilgamesh, if he's not out of Gilgameshes, there could be a weird turn where he could just go ahead, attack, Dole Freeze 3 times. If he has it. I don't know if he had... It looked like he had a security officer. I don't know. If I'm posturing from my LB, something says I don't have the... like, I can't just manually cast the FFBE. All right, he's going for a Leo draw, so maybe he's just digging, right? He might just be digging. Dark on dark. If that's Mr. Shark himself, then he's probably looking at this. If it's the Eric I'm thinking of, it might be another Eric. It might be Shantoto Eric. Shout outs to either Eric. Hails to Eric, you know? All right, yeah, so he's going to chump his Surge Ace. Man, this is some... So here's the scary part, right? So I believe the Ifrit should be not frozen. Hold on. Ifrit should Ifrit untap. Is that right, chat? I think that Ifrit should be It's Shark Eric, dude. It's good old Shark Eric. He's probably loving this. Oh, it is on tap. Never mind. I be. So this Ifrit is gonna... So he's just going for a chump blocker, right? Good old Shark Eric. Yep, he's gonna pop the wool. How many wool does he have left in his... I think he... Yeah. Okay. Oh. Yeah, this is Jover. Very Jover, I would say. Oh, lordy. That feels terrible. Yikes, dude. That's... Red Jover. Please get this game over. Oh. He's about to flawless victory him. I don't even know. Yeah, he's Anthony's putting on... There's no scooping here. No scooping in Top Cut. I'll be honest, I don't even know why we're checking how many cards in deck. Like, maybe because Anthony has a fear of decking himself, so maybe he's trying to, like, pass and do that. He did mill him once with the Dane, right? So, ooh, he's just doing nothing. Oh man. Yikes. I could kind of understand if he's not going to play anything and he's just going to discard cards from his hands for resources for an Ifrit block. That just feels terrible. So I guess he's just saving his resources. So he's playing a Lady of Antiquity. Oh, he's just going to let him draw out. That is wild. Let's see. All right. So hear me out. So if he's able to hard cast Gilgamesh FFBE. I could see a world where maybe he can get in with a 3-time attack, but he's removed his zone so many times. I don't even think he has enough colors to even do that. I think he might have something. I mean, I will say this: Leo has a grip, dude. Leo does have a group. Only realistic out is Axstar into Gilgamesh, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Like that might be the only out he has to go with like a freeze into like a couple attacks. But like he did have a grip, so I thought maybe he might have had it. But like he has to get him to dead very soon. Him having up one backup, one Toto specifically might even mean he has an Amat ready. Yeah. Why is he not attacking the 2 turns past? I could see because it's. So I think that Anthony is a very cautious, smart player and doesn't want to give Leo any more cards to be able to have that Axstar Gilgamesh out, right? If we have that out here. Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. Axstar. Does he have the Amat? This is huge. Does he have the Amat? Oh, he's just... No, I'm just going to kill it. Okay. Oh, but the other crazy part about it is, right? He has to discard, and then he can potentially free cast. Alright, so he's going with the Zeramis. He's going to freeze his Lightning back up. Actually kind of shocked he freeze. I would have froze Toto, right? Does not have an Amat. I know he doesn't have an Amat ready. He does not. I felt like that vibe was not there at all. You want to know why he doesn't run one? I'm just kidding. Oh boy. Anyway. I think this at the end of the turn could be maybe an out, but let's see. Zeramis has shown a lot of power in this tournament. We've seen it multiple times on streams, just like steal games. But this is where the mill strat works here, right? Leo's deck is looking very grim and small. And I think that he only has one Zidane, right? I don't think there is a real way. Leo has to kill him very, very, very soon. Because if he goes and attacks, it opens him up not only to burst, but it plays this, I'm going to mill you out. I mean, if you look at it, Leo has flipped his deck 2 or 3 times with the Warrior of Light to be able to... It doesn't have many bursts, but I will say he does run some, right? So, just kind of looking at the list really quick. It doesn't run a ton of bursts. No, it might have 1 or 2. Oh, wow. Actually, you know what? AC actually has a point. Looking at the list, he does have a couple. He does have an Aria burst. I think that's the only burst he has. I think he's just playing really cautious here, right? Because if we look at this board, like, why even give him the chance of potentially coming back, right? It's not about, the probabilities being low. The best way of making the probabilities be 0 is just by not doing it. Why even give him the opportunity? Oh, geez. So he's just going to loop the arc over and over and dump his hand. This is a good way to win the game because you can say, hey, you are never keeping a forward out on the board, ever. You're never going to have a hand. And now you are just going to draw pass for the next couple turns because 90% of your stuff is free. He did draw a Gilgamesh FFBE. So it's you know, that's the thing. You either want to just win in the turn. I think he's just looking for cards in deck. He's looking for probable outs of the burst. He's seen his list, right? So let's see. I mean, this is like he's just trying to calculate if it makes sense for the swing. I don't see it. There's really not a reason. And literally, Anthony has all the summon loops he could ever want with Cryo being out there. He's just not giving Leo an inch, right? Not giving him even a little bit of an inch. It's kind of wild. Kind of wild. All right, we've even picked our next match for interviews. It's gonna be a barn burner. We're gonna see some very interesting things, some decks we may have not seen yet. Man, oh, see, Leo's counting his cards in decks, so he has like 6 cards. I think Anthony is deciding if he just wants to mill him, but Leo, here's the Axe Star. Here's the Axe Star. What does he say? He might also have an Ixion in his hand, so he might try to deal all the damage to Cryo, right? He's going to trigger the ability to pick one of his summons. Pick the Amanto Amat, the Axe Star. Oh my god. He is... So, guys, she's triggering the ability to steal Leo's summon and... I guess stop the damage. And he's going to play Ferris to deal 1k to everything. Try to deal all the damage to there. And he's going to chuck his Ifrit to go ahead and kill the Ferris. Oh my god. Yeah, this game is... I think my friend Emmanuel may have described the game state here. It starts with a J. I need his reminder. I need somebody's reminder. Can somebody remind me what game state are we in? If you can spell it out for me in chat, that would be amazing. Starts with a J. It's similar to like a Jay-Z song, but it starts with a J. Now we swing and win. Yeah, this is why we waited to swing, because now we literally have. Yeah. So Anthony's like, all right, if I just mill you to death. That might be the line. What a wild game. What a wild game, guys. This is some peak Final Fantasy action. Just straight peak, dude. What do we got here? Just slamming it a man in black. So he can just Infaloop. Oh, what a great game, guys. You can't even... That was like soul food, dude. You just kept eating and eating and eating all that beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wow. What a crazy back and forth. Anthony grinded that. Like, that was not even like super over the whole time. That was like just grinding after grinding after grinding after grinding. Absolutely playing out of his friggin' mind. Out of his friggin' mind. So we're gonna have really 2 kind of cool interviews that I wanted to kind of talk about. Can finally breathe. What a match, dude. So you've breathed so much, it's breathing life back out into your retirement. So we're gonna have a double match, but this is gonna be a little bit. We're gonna have a quick interview, one with the winner of the match, which was our friend Anthony. We're also gonna interview the head judge for today, Shane. I always want to put highlights on the people that are making everything work and making everything, you know, just a good experience. I know that just judging so many events, it really takes a lot.
Supposed to be the other way.
Absolutely Nutter Butter's game. Absolutely, like you can't even beat that type of stuff. But we're gonna get both of them in for a quick interview. We have a line of people. I feel like I'm on the Oprah Winfrey show where I'm just interviewing.
Yes. Up here. Okay. Hello.
Hello, everybody. This is Head Judge Shane. How you doing, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, man. The games have been absolutely insane. I always want to highlight people that are actually, a lot of judges, a lot of people that are working behind the scenes really don't get their time in the shine. So I wanted to talk to you because this is your first time head judging a Final Fantasy event, right? Or have you had any judging experience?
I've done LQs before, but nothing like a Materia Cup. So it's
How's
definitely
it been going?
there's a lot of work in advance, a lot of preparation in trying to make all of the systems work, and obviously, there's always going to be pitfalls along the way. But I will say we kept to schedule, which I feel like is a huge battle to have won in and of itself, right?
I know that more than anything, brother. It's so hard to set this timeline. A needs to get done, B needs to get done, so the time can flow through. And there's so many outside circumstances that can affect it, just like normal things, just as administrative. There's
Yes, exactly.
the weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What and I wanted to ask you, so doing compared to an LTQ to an MC, what is the biggest thing you think you've learned from head judging this event? That maybe you didn't have prior that you can take for any future events that you work or do?
Definitely, if you have a community that is willing to volunteer, I think it's absolutely paramount into running events like this. Yeah, with it takes a village in a lot of ways to make these events happen. So I think that's the biggest thing for me. I'm so thankful for the people at 401 Games that have made this, much easier for me, as well as, in our local community, people like my assistant judges from yesterday, Nina and Steven, as well as just volunteers from the community who didn't want to play and didn't want to judge. And, that makes all the difference. I think from an LQ to a Materia Cup like this, where there's, 50 or more people involved, I just don't think it's possible without these people all being involved and working together.
Yeah, for sure. And I really do think it takes a village. And I wanted to, first of all, this has been a great event. It's been super smooth. A lot of people have already said in chats and various, Discords, I've already said how much smoother, getting the top 16 lists out, just coming out like that. That's just amazing to have that ability, just to have all the information. So I wanted to give a kudos to you and everybody on the team at 401 Games. We have our friend in the sideline that's literally, I'm just asking him, hand the mic to this person, hand the mic to this person.
Yes,
and he's like,
yes.
okay, I shout outs to him. I just wanted to commend you for all the work that you do. I know that a lot of times, judging or organizing, there's a lot of unsung heroes behind the scenes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that you got your time in this limelight. So I wanted to see if you wanted to give any other shout outs, anything like that. Just any shout outs before I pass it to, I feel like I'm Oprah right now.
Just to my locals, honestly. Thanks to all of you for coming out, for playing, for helping, volunteering, and thanks to all the people in the US, friends I've made along the long time I've been playing this game, over 6 years now. Thanks to all of you who came out to support the event. And yeah, another thanks to 401, who again provided the amazing prizing, more generous than anything I could have imagined. And we're hoping to do more of these. So I guess stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Funny thing, somebody in the chat, our friend, one of the other dinosaurs in Final Fantasy, Jonathan Cioria, he said one of the OGs, Shane, is the goat of the North. It's gonna be your nickname.
Thanks, Jonathan.
All right. Well, thank you for all you do. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I want to pass it to Anthony. I feel like I'm
Perfect.
Literally interviewing everyone, but thank you
No
for all
problem.
you do.
Thank you. And here you go, Anthony.
I work in a hospital. Probably shouldn't be, but.
Oh man.
Yo, what's up,
Anthony.
Gabe?
Hey, buddy. That was a game. That was crazy game there.
Dude, he hits Aromas every game.
Dude, that card is so mid. I don't want any excuses. That card literally won him game 2. That card is nuts. And we've seen it all throughout this weekend, the people playing Will 7, how much weight Zero Miss has has really pulled a bunch of weight. But that was such a cool set to watch back and forth. The Krill into the stealing the Amat to Amating the Axstar. It was like absolute. You were playing out of your friggin' mind. How's it feeling, man? Guess what? You're going to Nats. How do you feel?
I already am qualified. I qualified at an event you ran.
Oh no, dude, not me. No, I don't want it on me. But dude, that was such a good back and forth set. That's what the people wanted.
That was a rough match.
Now that we're not, I think I was looking at the bracket. I kind of, the next bracket is going to be on stream. I'm trying to. Who do you play in your next round? Did that get decided
Tori.
yet?
It's
Oh
Tori.
man, so you're team killing? Is that what is your approach? How far away is he? Am I allowed to talk about what your approach is, or are we metagaming and not saying anything?
I mean, the matchup he's playing 50 million colors on top of the fact that I have like good monster removal in the form of 3CP Ramu, Shantoto LB reliably. So it's gonna be interesting. My thing is that the way that the Tori deck strives is that it's two different control decks, one of which is with the intent to have me damage him and then he benefit off of the Mira. But being as I literally have no incentive to ever attack, it would probably be favored in my general direction. But Tori's also the homie, so we shall see. And Tori's also like one of the best players I've ever played in my entire life.
He's a pretty mid player.
I'm just watching a manual pop off in chat to both of us.
Dude, dude, I love it. I feel like he should be on the mic instead of me.
Dude, so one funny play that ended up happening that I wanted to like end it all on was I Zidane LB'd, and I was like, okay, if I hit this Zidane LB, I will have exactly 20 cards for Xeth to go online, and it did hit 2 of the same color, but I drew a chaos off of it, so I couldn't pitch for it.
That's so awkward.
I was so bad.
Awkward.
But I'll pass the mic over to the guys that are hopping on.
Great game, See you later. All right, guys, we have another interview. I feel like I'm Oprah. I'm just interviewing. So we have our next game getting ready to start. For everybody who are, we're going to have a fellow Canadian friend of a popular animal variety, our friend Sheep. We're going to have our top 4 match. This is going to be kind of a very, very interesting matchup. We have not had this on stream yet. But this is going to be very cool to watch. But we do have everybody's favorite deck, Cat for Yuna. I personally love the deck. I'm sorry. I'm a Warrior of Light. I totally lied there. That's not actually a thing. Yeah, we're just gonna have Sheep in here, and I'm gonna check the decks out. We're kind of, that was I thought that was the right deck. I guess not. So let's take a look here. But we're gonna have Sheep and the opponent do a quick interview, kind of to see. Oh, our boy Adam. So it's the hometown here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
It's the man, the myth, the legend. How you doing, buddy? Top 4, man.
Good, man. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm here too. But I'm cheating with the deck I'm playing. Let's be real.
No. Come on. You're like the only one in the room. Everybody has been waiting to see this deck live on stream. So I'm gonna let you reveal it. What are we playing today?
We're playing Yuna, and all I did was net deck Alex's deck from the London Materia Cup. I made one change. He had 2 Mott. I switched out 1 Mott for a Shantoto because I couldn't find a Mott, and it actually helped me win a game. So,
yeah,
in my top 16 against Nut.
That's kind of cool, man. So I guess it's been performing that really, really well. How is your switch and your top 8 gone so far? Like how were the games?
Good. I've 2-0'd both opponents. The first game in top 16 was Soldiers. First game, he went the whole Glen and then dropped 2 Soldiers. And then I just went ahead and Shantoto'd him LB, and he couldn't come back. Had time to build up and all that stuff. And then the second game, he bricked. Because I actually worried about that matchup because it's an aggro matchup, which usually beats Yuna if they aggro you down before you set up and all that. So And then top 8 was against one of our local guys, Taylor. If he's one of the twins from Pittsburgh. He was on Scions.
Oh, he's a twin? I didn't know that. We interviewed him earlier during
Yeah.
Swiss. I didn't know he was a twin. That's crazy.
I still can't tell the difference between them. I have to ask
Playing
Mike
the other person.
to
Maybe
help
we're
me.
not even playing top cut. We're still in Swiss right now, and you're playing his twin. You ever think of that?
They might have parent trapped me actually. Like
They could have parent trapped you.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan could have been. What's the other twin's name? Is it Lindsay?
I don't remember. Oh, the
Now
other
it's
twin.
Lindsay.
It's Taylor Tyler.
Taylor Tyler.
It makes it even
definitely
harder.
Lindsay. Yeah, dude, that's like a parent trap and a half. I could have been in that movie. Jeez. Wow. So, all
but he
right,
was
man.
on Scion, so.
Dude, it was so. We saw his game round 3, and it was just like an absolute clinic of what Scion should do. He was such a good player, and I bet that was a very hard-built match. So I have to ask, coming into this top 4 matchup, you are going to be against good old 4-color wall. What is your approach to this matchup? I'll ask him, Sheep as well, but I'm just curious. What do you do to win to get on to the finals?
He's sitting right beside me, so I don't want to reveal too much.
I want him to hear everything. No, I'm just kidding. Don't worry about it.
He asked me. He came up to me and he said, "One of your locals says you're a nice guy. Tell me how to beat you." I was like, "After the game." But essentially, I'm just gonna. It's gonna be. I just gotta out tempo him. And then tack them.
Tax and tempo, man. Death and taxes. Just tax and tempo.
I do have a good
Alright.
matchup. He does have cards in his deck that can slow me down, but it could be anyone's game. You never know how it goes.
You never know. All right, man. Thank you for coming on. Any shout outs before I have you pass it to the Canadian on my right?
Just shout outs to the Pittsburgh crew, Erie crew, Morgantown crew, for helping me practice and learn the deck and all that. I know playing Una at locals, they all hated me. So just shout out to the
Don't worry,
whole
we
crew.
still hate you. It's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, I'll pass it on to Sheep over here.
Good luck, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
Well, hello there.
It's a dirty. That's.
Hello, Mr. Sheep himself.
Don't say it. It's gonna be pain. I want to upload
Damn,
it raw.
we're learning how to do a bunch of different mic things. It's great. I love this. I can't even see that on our little our Discord. So.
All right, I'm here. I can hear you.
You want to hear me? I think I want to hear you. How you doing, my
there we go.
friend?
I'm doing great.
Hello.
I didn't
Are you
know
ready?
I was gonna make it.
Yeah, and you made it, and you punched your ticket to Nats. I remember talking to you and saying like, I don't think it's gonna happen, and here we are. First of all, congratulations for getting your invite. That's super exciting. How has the tournament been so far for you? How was your top cut match? Talk to me and put us a little bit in the backseat of who you were playing against during the Swiss rounds, the top cut. Any cool plays you can tell to the class?
All right. So, first things first, I played against every single local from Toronto during Swiss. I played against Canadian
had a country
homies.
kill?
Absolutely. I played against 5 Canadian homies this tournament.
You are gatekeeping this tournament from your own homies. That's screwed up, man.
I know, and I just beat another Canadian homie.
Oh my god. Well, now we've
But
approached an American homie, and now we have to battle the U.S. It's the battle of the greats. How are you feeling about your matchup? What is your strategy? If you want to keep it to the chest, like, first of all, congratulations for qualifying to Nats. Did you think this tournament was going to get you to your qualification?
I mean, there's enough people here that, yeah. I mean, you try, right? You want to try. You can't not try. But we're here now, so we got it.
We got there.
But
That's exciting, man. I'm super happy you got it here.
But my strategy in this match is hope and pray. 'Cause I
Hope
don't
and
know what I'm
pray.
doing against this deck, except apparently I need to play Green Cecil.
Okay. I mean, that's that card's pretty good. I've heard it's not a lukewarm card. It's a pretty good card, but that's awesome. And to think that you might even be able to punch your ticket into Worlds, that would be absolutely wild. It's
We need more
you have
Canadian
some
representation.
We do. You could be the one. A lone sheep could represent all of Canada. How does that feel?
Well, the person I just played against is going to Nats, so who knows, right? But I'm the only French Canadian representative, so that's something.
That is something. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. See, but cool. I don't even
Is
know
it?
what that means. I just wanted to say it. All right, my friend. So before I let you go and start your top 4 match, do you have any shout outs? You have some fans in the chat. You have some groupies in here that are calling your name.
I always have groupies. What do you mean? Plug the server. Okay, all right, I'll do it. I'd like to thank the tavern for just being there, playing games. Everyone's super chill. And I'd like to thank everyone from Toronto for serving me as a stepping stool to get here. Love those guys. Wish them the best. I'll make sure I avenge every single one of them eventually. And my locals at home.
Sure. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. Well, I wish you all the luck. I'm really excited to watch this gameplay. I know all of chat is excited to watch this gameplay. But yeah, we'll kind of get everything started. Thanks for talking to me, and we'll see you on the table, my friend.
Adrian, shush. Said and true justice. No.
I purposely ignored him and called him a groupie.
Yeah, we can see chat right there. It's great.
Hey, chat, they all see you. They just didn't acknowledge you. Oh man. No baguette, not really French. I love that.
I've got more baguettes than you, okay?
I look like a baguette now. I gained all the weight back. All right. Well, thank you for talking to me. We will see you on the table. We're just jumping into it. Let's jump on the table and kind of get going. So let's talk to the matchup to the folks at home here. So this is for anybody who doesn't know, we are playing against Cat or Yuna.
Yep.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. But Cat for Yuna is, first of all, this is the Alex McCoolist who just won. He punched his ticket in the Worlds. Yuna has been probably one of the most impactful cards of Tears of the Planet. It is such, for anybody at home that does not know about this card, it is like a planeswalker. It's a 2-cost 5K. You can dull 2 active forwards to select either choose up to 2 forwards, dull them, choose 1 character, freeze it, or choose 1 summon or auto ability. If your opponent doesn't pay 1, cancel its effect. So this card is able to have tons of bodies that are on board and can tax all the bodies to be able to make your opponents not be able to use autos or summons. Now, the interesting part about some of these lists, they're kind of built in different ways. The first iteration of this deck was a Layla Viking build where you had a bunch of dummies that were just kind of there. They drew you a bunch of cards. They drew a bunch of different cards, but they weren't really good. They were okay they were there to push for game. But the Cat 4 list has so much synergy. It is running a ton of different things. Like, it's running like Galoof, who the forwards of cost 2 get 2,000 power. You get to flip the top 5 and play at cost 2. But all your 2 costs are literally some of the biggest forwards you have. You can get the 2-cost Purim that has been super relevant in this meta. Oron that turns as a lightning stick to kind of go ahead and upwards. Now he's running a 1-cost Aerith that is it makes something lose all abilities. Meanwhile, which has been probably one of the more meta-defining cards in the last year or two, it's running other Cat 4 synergies to kind of go ahead and be able to play things. You can do some silly plays where you have your Theodore that is, you can dull an active Cecil and an active Rosa forward to play them on the field. And what your goal is, you're trying to tax the opponent to be able to make your opponent just pay additional mana resources. When we were talking earlier about kind of creating this level of super meta, like where cost efficiency is really what makes things important, this deck has really become just super strong because it's taking all the powerful things decks can do and then kind of flipping it on its head and not making them do it while producing a ton of forwards at a very low value. One of the big engines of this deck is Rosa. Rosa allows you to pay any color for all your Cat 4 characters, and then whenever a Cecil card enters your field, you'll draw a card. We've seen this do progressively well throughout the series, but it's not had its time in the limelight yet. It's piloted by a very good player, but they are up against kind of what we saw, 4-color wall in our top 16 matchup. We are seeing kind of a lot of the same suspects. One thing that I want to mention is that Sheep is running 2 of the Win Cecil. Win Cecil being able to tax the opponent whenever they target one of their things. So you're going to see a very powerful Cecil. Now, what you're going to see both the Unideck, they run the Cecils, but the Win Cecil being on both sides means that both players can essentially tax each other. So, yeah, we have a lot of back and forth integration within this matchup. We do actually have a lot of interaction. And what we're going to see here, what can actually who will get the most advantage out of not allowing your forwards to being played, doing things like that. So I would say that this is going to be a really interesting set. We're going to have multitudes of people. We're going to have them tax each other. We're going to have a lot of different kind of interaction. So I think I would probably say in this specific matchup, probably the Cat 4 is favored just because it has a way of vomiting a lot of forwards for very little or no value, little or no cost. But the Warrior of Light also has these, where both decks run a bunch of bigger forwards. The Wool deck has this Refia forward that we saw in our top 16 game that can really kind of play this kind of planeswalker kind of vibe to it. The other, where the Una deck, the Una is the planeswalker. Kind of a big difference in between the matchup and kind of makes some glaring interest might be cards in the LB. I know Sheep is running a 1 of Shantoto in the list, which is really not good against the Una because they can make it tax for 1 and really hurt the opponent. Running 3 Lunates, 3 Axstar. Looking at some of the limit break cards, we're seeing like the 1 of Noctis, 1 of Zach, 1 of Leo, kind of have this variety kind of thing. It's running 2 of the 2-cost Dane, which I believe we did see in the prior matchup. But it's definitely something to be aware of. I will say Sheep is running 2 of the 2-cost Brynhildr, which is a clean answer off a burst to clean up Una. It is also running 4-cost Alexander for monster removal. It does have a variety of attack lines, but we're gonna see how much Una's impact is on being able to, for Sheep to be able to play the game. Adam really has a commanding kind of a lot of different cards that can really do that. Has multiple ways to kind of get the unit out with the amount of cycling you do in the deck. He also runs a 1 of Materia too. He can tutor for Yuna. So here we go. We're going to start the game. We started off the turn by paying the alternative cost to play the Cecil. We're playing a Rosa and then the Cecil. So now Sheep has to kind of respond. So he's going to discard 2. He's going to start the turn by playing a Cryo, get the Amaterasu back. Is he going to respond? So he's going to respond with that trigger on the stack, sacking Cecil. He's going to see if Sheep may respond to the trigger. He's going to let it resolve. So now Adam is going to go ahead, look for his Win Cecil. Now this card is going to be the big important boogeyman of this matchup. Cecil comes into play, and it will now cost him 2 more to make an action. He's going to draw a card because Cecil came into play, and he's going to play a free Galoof. Now, Galoof will trigger. He'll reveal the top 5 cards and play a card cost 2, and there is the Yuna. Oh, man, that is a hard start. So he's going to start by freezing his backup. This is the power of the Yuna deck. So he's going to freeze and take a draw and draw. So he basically time walked him. For people who don't know, people who play Magic, basically takes a turn off. Absolutely insane. Yeah, this is just going to be a very, very... Lots of interaction. Lots of interaction this Yuna deck really does to kind of do a bunch of things. And be able to kind of keep pace by playing a ton of forwards. Now, looking at the McCool deck, he does have some interesting LB options. He has the Emperor. The Emperor could be very strong in the LB because he will search for a bunch of things. But Adam can play this slow, controlling game and just really manipulate the entire board. I will also say, having 4 forwards here allows Adam to kind of play this really aggressive, obnoxiously strong game. So definitely something that is definitely something that that can be used for the match. How do you react to this? I feel like what you have to do, the Yuna can tax so many times. One thing that ends up being brutal is if Adam has the Miwa. The Miwa is definitely something that is very, very... it can add additional tax, and it can be played on either person's turn. But let's see how Sheep reacts to this, because this is a gross little board to kind of have to go ahead and react to. Let's see what he how he goes about testing towards that. So I think Sheep's a little he's a little bit he's struggling right now. This is a very hard board to kind of react to. Now, I will say Sheep has not played in the matchup. Oh, so he just went to discard step. That is brutal. So he's jamming Elena to get that extra burst thing. This is looking real rough. Sheep can't really respond in the way he usually could with most decks. He could also just not be drawing very well, right? The thing is with the Yuna deck is that it can be aggressive with taxing, but really, at the end of the day, the Yuna deck wants to get Warrior of Light from 0 to 7 or very high damage take to dead. He doesn't want Adam, he doesn't want Sheep to get any advantage, so it's kind of okay. That deck is kind of okay with just chilling and just not giving anybody any sort of value. which is really, really interesting in this matchup, because we can kind of look at it and see that, like, he can't really play many of the things. Now, he could also be bricking. That's a whole nother thing. Song name, please. I didn't even know. Is there music playing in the background? I didn't even know. Let's see. But yeah, Adam's board is absolutely nuts. So it looks like he's going ahead. What is he playing here? It looks like he might be playing maybe Luna Freya, it looks like, from the back end. Oh, it's an Emperor. This is what I was kind of talking about in the prior end. Having him being able to search for anything, it's going to just draw Adam a ton of cards. In the Warrior of Light deck, it's very, very good against just hootering the cards. That's crazy. Man, that's awesome. I didn't even know there was a mix going on. That's so funny. You see, we've been kind of operating outside of it, but I didn't even know there was a mix. That's super funny. All right. So, there are a lot of forwards on the board, and Sheep is kind of just looking to see, how do I navigate through this kind of, how do I navigate through this, right? I'm staring down 5 forwards, potentially more. And I'm trying to develop. Adam just has a grip in his hand. Just an absolute grip. I think he's trying to look a little bit let's see here. Looks like he's going to discard a card.
But I started to feel better already. A little better. Maybe.
Looks like he's discarding 2 to pay for Cecil. To play the alternative casting cost, and he's going to trigger a damage. It's going to allow the damage to happen. Flip in the top. Gets a Lena. So they're both going to draw a card? Are we both drawing a card, or are we not triggering in the burst? I don't think he wants to give Adam a card. At this point, I would look at this board, and I would actually take the card and give Adam a card, because I'm just so behind on this board, right? I'm staring down 5 different forwards. I'm staring down 5 different... So he's freezing the backup when he tries to pass priority to the opponent. And that's rough. I might have chosen to take the draw. I would need some point of advantage. But if you look at Adam's hand from the grip, so he has a Kusith. He has another unit in the back end. It's a Porum now. This is so nasty. Ooh. That's going to actually be... brutal. He could potentially, I believe, and I'm gonna double check myself here before I manifest it into the world. So if we try to play the Porum to blank the Cecil so he can't pop himself, no, he's gonna choose to do the Leo thing, which is, I think, a very neutral play. Just draw a card. It does put a forward on the board. Let's see what else he chooses to do here. But yeah, he's discarding the Warrior Light. He's playing the Palm. This is definitely something I could see doing. Let's see if he tries to blank. He might just be going to the end of turn and passing. I don't think he needs to push any pressure just yet, because he really just has every taxing in the entire world. But see what Sheep decides to do here. Yeah, this is this board's getting a little gross. We're getting close into the scoop step. I'm only saying this is because it's going to be very hard for Sheep to trigger anything of value, because right now he's staring at 7 forwards. If he has a Minwa in hand, it doesn't look like he does, but he's just has so many ways to tax things, with Porum being able to do it. Anytime Sheep wants to tutor. He's going to draw Adam a card. It's just, yeah. I mean, this board is looking so crazy. Is he attacking? Yeah. Yeah, why not? I like that. It's kind of like he's like kind of shrugging, and he's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel the same way, man. I like when you're staring at all this on the board. Like, what do you want to do? Like, what? Oh, he's gonna make him pay 1 to trigger for King Tycoon. They pay the 1. He's not gonna pay 1. He's gonna dole freeze, and then he's gonna freeze the Tycoon. Oh man, this is absolutely brutal, man. God, you look at Adam, and I just feel like I have the world in my, like the Thanos rings are popping from my hand. I mean, is it one day? I mean, do you go for game here? So I will say, I was gonna say go for game. He still has this Cecil that he can sack at any point. He could attempt to blank the Cecil to try to force the pop. To play another Cecil. He does have multitudes of responses. I think he might just be waiting either for Miwa to be able to attack the thing. So I think he's ready to pop it off. So he's gonna try and go ahead and blank the Cecil. So now is the opportunity to Cecil to pop on the stack. Will he do it? I think he's kind of inclined to, but Adam is chilling on the driver's side, so he's going to sack it in response on the stack. He's going to get to play another Cecil. So Cecil's going to trigger. He's going to say, I'd like to play a forward. Adam can tax that ability. He also, I believe, and I'm going to double check, I think, shouldn't he draw from... I'm pretty sure he should have drawn from Emperor. Is Emperor May? Searches for... Oh, yeah. See, I think... Oh. Yeah, I mean, he did. I'm just making sure that he's doing everything right here. All right, so. Ooh, yeah, we got some shaking here. So I guess he taxed his, taxed the tutor. He's going to go ahead, pay the tax, and try to... Oh, he's S-specialing to kill the Cecil. I think he might push. This might be game here. Might be. Let's see. Oh, he just drew from Emperor? Okay, as long as he drew. That was the important thing. Huh. Why he didn't attack there. I feel like we're kind of in this realm of just like... We... have just so many things, and that's very sportsman-like. Remember the counter on the column at end of turn. And this is just so many bodies and so many things that just get extra value from Sheep just doing anything in his deck. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. I don't think he's getting out of this. Absolutely out of his mind. He is watching though. I don't know what we do here. Yeah, this is a crazy brutal game, guys. It's so hard when you're looking at this many forwards that have so many relevant text based on what you're trying to do. And he's just untapping, freezing the backups. I think this could potentially be push for game here. I don't know if I would push. There's really no reason to not attack here, right? I get it, right? Like, you don't need to necessarily tax. I feel like if I had Miwa backup, that might be a little easier. Right? So he could cast the mat from his LB and just attack with Brave so he still has the ability to tax. And I think that is what he's going to do. So here's the mat. He's going to give everybody Brave. Now, let's see if Sheep has a response to that. I would say, I mean, if you have a mod here, you know? That's definitely what you need to do. Because this mat is going to do a crazy amount of work. Yeah. Oh, he's going to Brynhilder. He's got to pay a 2 for Brynhilder. He could... I mean, I see what he's doing now. Because if he taps to tax, it stops attackers. Oh, I don't like that. I just let that go. I just let that go. I don't know why. I don't like that at all. I would have probably just let that go. I mean, sure, he draws a card, but he has just so many bodies, it doesn't even matter. I think he knows. I don't understand why. Yeah, I probably would have just let it go. He's going to attack him with Galoof. Okay. See what else he does here. I would probably just attack. I mean, you might as well go all out here, right? I think if I were Sheep, I would have. Oh, I don't like that at all. Got a couple free attacks there. Should be an extra counter on. Yeah, I'm making sure that that counter on Porum happens. I don't think he's memeing. I'll be honest. I do not think he is memeing here. I felt like maybe it was ours, but I mean, you still make him play correctly. So, I mean, you just cancel the auto, right? You just tax it for 1. I actually think I have a more Sergio, maybe that'd be something that we can talk about on the side, but I definitely think there's another reason. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. We have the Cecil. I think he taxed it. Game is very, very, very not looking good for Sheep. Not looking good for Sheep. Very unique situation that's kind of come into play. So I think he's going to go to... I think he's going to tap 2. What is he going to do here? What are we doing? So to answer your question, Dacer, I think it depends on the deck and it depends on the situation. With the Warrior of Light deck, I actually do think you should get them 0 to dead. Because they get so many bursts in value out of just hitting something important. So even giving them a little bit can get them so much. Like if he pulled a Ferris off the top, that's a problem. It can potentially melt. But I think against other decks, you don't have to go for the kill necessarily. And it also depends on your draw. He's going to blanket. pay the cost to blanket to make it 1. Attack with the Purim. Got the Mist Dragon and the Kusith. Yeah, so that's game 1. Definitely a rough game. Adam just had everything there. Everything. Geez, what a. I mean, that was a clinic a little bit. Just being able to like control and look at the board and being like, I'm gonna make everything so expensive. I'm gonna make everything so absolutely exhausting to do anything. So I definitely think this game 2. I mean, I would say that Adam really had everything. It's definitely, he just had everything all at once, ready to just take him to town, right? I will say that Yuna is very powerful if you get it to set up. It definitely is a new way to play this game. Definitely the first really effective taxes deck that has come out. I remember seeing Bane from Opus 9 that would give opponents forwards. Yeah, I knew. Message from Adam, I scooped. Huh? I don't understand that. I hope it's so unfun to watch and play against. I guess the mirror is somewhat interesting to see. So here's where I'm at about the Yuna thing. I have kind of a weirder, different take on the Yuna deck. In Final Fantasy, we've had so many different ways to interact. We're always about interacting. There are times where we've created this weird meta where autos are just a king, right? So Yuna has almost flipped that idealism on its head. So if well, I would say that Yuna is a very, very good deck. I think, yeah, AC kind of says something interesting. This game really has some unique ideas on how bans should happen. I think they don't want to ban a legend. I don't think they want to ban a legend, but they can restrict a legend, which is kind of interesting. I'm not 100% sure Yuna needs that yet. I think it's too early. I think one thing that affects to that whole kind of idealism is that, like, it feels like this specific meta is felt a little longer than normal. But, which made it feel like Yuna's been that much stronger, but it really has only been out 1 set. That's why I don't feel it needs it necessarily. Now, if we get into the next 2 sets and it just becomes the deck, then there's some reason to talk about it. But right now, I think it's too early. So he goes into Artemisian. He does 2 cards. I love Artemisian. This has been one of my favorite cards from the older game. It looks like he's playing a Coca to go ahead. Search for an Earth forward. And I think we're getting the multicolored Cecil, right? Multicolored Cecil can unlock the Wind Cecil that can unlock playing a forward, which can really line into a bunch of different things. So it looks like Sheep's gonna start the turn. He has a Lena. So kind of interesting. Let's see what goes on here on that end. Yeah, I think so. Doom Rider, think we've had a very healthy format. Or to tech against it. So here's where I'm at with that kind of topic on that end. You say that it warps it, and I definitely think that it is an important card. But we, even back in the day, we saw different decks that would warp entire metagames, so it becomes triangular. I remember the Opus 5 days, and I'm showing my age here with the card games, where there was the Turbo Ice meta, and it was so impactful in the way that it would make you dump cards and make your opponent not play. But with Unither setup, there's strategic ways to interact with it. And I also think that it's just too early. I think it's too early. Gunslingers in the Abyss comes out, and it's crazy to say, in August. Like, we're going to have a lot of very, very different meta games that's going to happen. Now, if we see that it's different, then maybe we should make adjustments, but it's too early. I think it's way too early. It hasn't won an MC in the US yet. Yeah. So let's get back to the game here. We have Cecil here. He's going to get a King Typhoon off of Clivis. It's definitely something different on that end. So I would say here Adam is going to tap 2. Say it's going to tap 2. Tapping 2. He's still tapping 2. We're tapping 2. So he's playing Cecil, doing the alternative cost for damage. That's a Miwa off the top. That's not the best. I know he just discarded one, so he might be out of Miwas, but here's the Yuna. So here's kind of an interesting line Adam could take. Yuna could tack something for 2. Tax it for 1. And then he could sack the Cecil to play another Cecil to tap something up to tax it again. So that's an interesting line this deck can take. But let's see what I think actually Adam's hand or his start is not as insane as it was. So he's starting with a King Typhoon. So he's gonna tax it for 1. See if he responds. Okay, he taps. So he's going to then talk about the thing. He's going to sack it on the stack. And he's going to kill the Yuna in response. So that is actually insane. Insane. Yes. So this is why I would say there's a lot of interaction that you can go against Yuna. I can really do that, but that was actually really, really, really wild. Really wild. Do you think it's the way to go or better meta calls? Are you talking about like banning Yuna? Just want to get that clarification. All right, so he gets another Yuna from Aloof. It looks like he... I agree with Quentin. I think there's a decent, like we just saw before. We saw Sheep literally interact with the Yuna at a good time. But that takes some skill and strategy, and that adds depth. I don't always think it's the way to go. I think it's a very good deck. I think it's solid. I think you can interact with it interesting, as you can see here. We've not seen a Unideck win in the US, right? But we have seen Yuna do well in other tournaments. It's done well. It's never hit the top, at least here. It just did well in the UK by Mr. McCool. Mr. Cool is a killer of a player. So, and that doesn't, mean for anything else. I just think it's a different style of deck that Final Fantasy really hasn't seen I haven't seen a deck like this, and I've been playing since Opus 2, so very, very interesting. It looks like he's going ahead playing a Cecil. The #1 fan, Nick Snell. So we're going ahead. We're discarding 2. We're playing a. I think that's a tour. Can't say this guy's name. I know it. I can't say it. I know it. I'm not gonna say it. Quator Bashtar. Yuna is worse than Turbo Chaos. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that. Turbo was bad. But let's see here. Damn, that's a lot of forwards. That's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of things that can respond. So let's see. So we have this interesting little interaction here. We have this really interaction here, where we're tapping 1. What are we doing here? We're not tapping 1. I do appreciate all the people being so lively in the chat. Subscribe to the 401 Games YouTube if you haven't. Check their store out at all. It looks like he's tapping 3, playing the Tyro. That looks like a very taxed Tyro to me. I would tax that. Yeah, tax it. Why not? I'll pay 1. I'll pay 1. Yeah, you want to pay 1? Yeah, you pay. Make him pay 1. You keep making him pay. Yeah, I'll pay 1. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with Quentin here. I'm on the backswing of that. I don't think it's worse than Turbo. And I think Turbo's also a very good example too, right? Because Turbo, like, we had 3 sets, and it was Turbo Chaos was literally like one of the best decks in the format. And then with the heavy nerf that it made, it still made it's still a card. Is it as good? No, but like still playable. But I would say that it has to take a majority of time. Now, if we get into a couple sets and you know, deal with something, that's a different question. How do you bum rush a high roll Yuna? Their forwards are free. You can't play big board wipes against it. I think you can play action abilities like Yuffie, win Yuffie. Nobody's playing that right now. I'm not saying it's the next buyout, but I'm saying that like there are cards that can interact with it. So we will go ahead. We're gonna go to the LB here. We can definitely go to the LB. I think he's looking to play maybe another Emperor, maybe a. It looks like he's looking to play out a Leo to draw. He's just deciding. He just has a lot of. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely would say it's just a different way to play it. I don't know. So, we'll go ahead with looks like she's dealing with a lot of stuff here. A lot of forwards, a lot of things there. A lot of forwards here to tax. So it's definitely like definitely interesting how he interacts. So how do we interact here? So we have like 2 cards in hand, none of them being a Miwa. So he's gonna try to activate and draw. Let's see. Will he tax it? Maybe he'll just be okay with that, right? I would kind of be okay with that. Yeah. So I think he didn't pay. I think he's trying to special, and then he's gonna pay the 2 to pay the tax cost. Do we respond here by letting it die? Okay. So I think he's trying to dull the Warrior of Light. I think he's gonna try to respond by pinging the Yuffie and then maybe paying the. Oh no, he's just letting it dull. Letting it dull. Interesting. I think I may have would have paid the toss to try to kill the Yuna there, right? He's out of the tank when it comes to that. So let's see. He just has tons of forwards out here. Tons and tons and tons of forwards. Tons of them. Oh, the Tidus. That's so gross, man. Oh, so he's gonna pay the cost, and he's gonna just pay the triple. So yeah, it won't pay do the Galoof power boost. All right, so he's paying the cost. Like, I don't know what you do against that. Tidus is crazy. Absolutely out of his mind. Absolutely. So he's gonna put the Tyro on top, that on bottom, and he's gonna draw 2. I would have put another backup on the bottom. I'll be blunt. I would have put a Lena. Put an Lena on top and a Porum. And he's just gonna pass. That's interesting. I see some worlds. Well, I guess you're putting a burst on top, so you don't really actually want to do it, and you can just tax the burst, right? So you can just make it more and more expensive. So we'll see. We'll see. We will definitely see. It looks like Sheep is just doing the LB Toto. He is just using the whole Toto. He's gonna pay 1. Yeah. I definitely. He's gonna pay the 1. Pay the 1. And so the interesting thing, if he had a Minhwa, this would have been oppressive. But everything is dead. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Hold on 1 second here. I think they should be. I'm gonna double check something. Ooh, okay. just making sure that the forwards are removed from game from the, or were they removed? All right, so he's discarding 2. It looks like he's getting the arc. What is he going to get out of this? Yeah, that was a fantastic Toto LB. I will say that much. That is very, very true. That was backbreaking for the Uniplayer. Right, so he's tapping 2, playing a Lena. Tapping 2, playing a Porum. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, I will say Adam's board state is not as insane, kind of like on the back end, right? So definitely, gonna untap, right? He's gonna draw 2. What do we play here? I think we need to kind of build a little bit while we're not being taxed. So I will say that I think that you need to, all right, so you're attacking there. What do we do here? So the interesting part is Adam is now kind of in this weird spot. He has a Mimwa. He has a Lena, interesting enough. Day 2 at Gabe. My boy. I miss you, my friend Eric. Yeah, man, this is an interesting little matchup. I know we have one of the fossils of the days. We're watching some Warrior of Light. We're watching some Cat 4 Yuna, which is like super crazy Death and Taxes S deck. We miss you, my friend. Shout outs to you, man. I'll see you hopefully during a Worlds for another TCG. But yeah, man. This is just absolutely an interesting board state. So he's just going to oh, look at the Porum. All right, so he's gonna go to the next turn. Oh, yeah. I think that's a little much. I wouldn't say that, but I wouldn't say that. Let's see what we got here. All right, so it looks like we have here, looks like a Yuna. Cool. All right, we're back, folks. All right, so we have the Arc. is putting some pressure. He's going to tax it. Or dull. I apologize. He's going to dull. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh, we are going to be man, he just has a lot of forwards, right? He just has a lot of things to tax things. It's just definitely a card that definitely could push he's tapping 2 here. Dang, thanks for everybody watching. We have like almost 100 people in the chat. That is crazy. Oh, we're playing a Sophie. This is the first time we've seen Sophie out this entire game. The good old one of legend. Now, he can really play this relaxed, chill game now. Because if he's at 10k or more, at the end of each of the turns, if he has 10k or more, she just deals a point of damage. All right. Let's see what he does here. So it looks like he's triggering, trying to go to end step to try to deal some damage. Now he's going to draw. The turn is ended. He is now drawing 2 cards. Just trying to push a little bit of pressure, right? Interesting. It is very, very interesting how this matchups. Just as an update, it looks like that Anthony Pigio will be up in the finals, by the way. So Chaos Arc making the finals of the Canadian Crystal Cup. All right, I think he's attacking and holding priority to ping the Yuna. There's no tax that's involved here. I will say, Woe is a 10k first strike, which is pretty good against it, hitting against Sophie, right? So I think he's going to go free or freeze the character. Say that's fine. Looked like he went in for an attack. I think we just say he's discarding 3, playing a Toto. That's crazy. That is back-breaking. Dang. Now, This is actually a really crazy turn. Oh, so he's playing Materia. Paying the 2 to search. There's 2 options for Deep here. So, there is a level where could deck Adam out. We're getting very... I don't think I think he might have less than 20 cards in deck. Game has gone very, very long. But there could be a potential of deck out. Yeah, that was a crazy turn to Toto. Kill the Yuna so that you can Toto the board. There's the Wool. Yeah, I'm paying the 1. I discard a card. I don't care. I get to activate my backups. That's essentially paying 2. Here we go. I think we go attack, whole priority, kill the Yuna. Yeah, Adam loved that Toto so much. What are we doing? We are going to tap some more backups. We can murk his 3rd Yuna. I don't think Adam is going to be able to win the game. Well, he can blank the Warrior of Light. Huh. That's a very weird... I would have at least held priority, ping the Yuna, and waited. Oh, he just pinged the other... Ooh, that's interesting. He's going to kill the Yuna with that. Jeez. I don't think Adam can win the game anymore. I think that's his 3rd Yuna out, right? And he just has a Materia. I actually think that... Oh, it looks like he scooped it up. We're going to game 3. This is like some actual very interesting backup. Well, I disagree because I'd rather have a chance to win than not. Man, I think everybody had the motion. They needed a quick minute, like a quick step. How's everybody doing in chat? How is everybody feeling? So yeah. It definitely is all right, so we're going into game 3. We do not have a ton of time. So this should be a very interesting game 3, and this is going to be for all the marbles. It's going to be interesting to see how Shark faces against either Yuna or Warrior of Light. I think Warrior of Light might be favored in that matchup, but yeah, definitely interesting. Go Sheep. We have Sheep fans in chat. This should be a very unique game 3. Adam's starting off. Starting off with a Leo. That's a terrible start. So Yuna and Backtor getting an Oron. Slamming the Yuna. Man, that is a start. That is a hell hard start for Yuna to deal for any Warrior of Light to deal it. How do we react to this? We have a Lightning Rod, and then we also have a Yuna on the board. There's a lot of stuff. So Phoebe has got to be careful, because this is the type of matchup where, oh, he's making him use it. He's paying, and then, oh, look at that. That is wild, dude. Yo, that is crazy. Sheepy. Oh, so Adam just drew a Kusith and a Palom. Oh my lord. Oh my god, what a god. Oh, there's a Yuna. That's crazy. Sheep's playing out of his mind. Yeah, it does blow the whole hand. I think sometimes, though, the Warrior of Light deck just, like, has to maneuver this kind of crazy... Like, this is... I will say that Warrior of Light probably has the hardest matchup. So I am trying to make sure that the players know that those forwards are removed from the game. Okay. Man, what a crazy, crazy game this has been. This has been a very unique play because the Warrior of Light deck has to play completely differently. So we have a Yuna, we have a Palom. All right, so we're getting backups. We're doing backups. Huh. Oh, he's freezing at end step? Okay. So very interesting line of events. So once we get Palom to 3 counters, we can go make it 1k. Okay. So, we're playing the Cecil. We're drawing a card, then dealing ourselves a damage for the alternative casting cost. This has been a crazy reset game. So now we're not as free to attack as we were before, right? We are not as free to attack. So now Warrior of Light has to kind of maneuver this really crazy board state. Now, he might have to pass a few times. And then just absolutely such a crazy game we have here. Yeah. I think this is just... I think Warrior of Light just has a really terrible matchup against this. Sheep has been playing this game like insanely well for whatever the matchup is. So he's going to pass the turn. Man, Adam has a lot of bodies. I think we're at the second, third Yuna. So that makes things very, very interesting. How do we renew? So he's going to trigger the sack. So we get the Cecil. Cecil's going to trigger. Does he respond to it? It's a draw because a new guy's in there. Plays the Galoof. That's a big deal. 1, 2. Ooh, an Oron. That's pretty gross. That's pretty gross, yeah. And the Seedor easy. Yeah, dude, that's great. He's just playing tons and tons and tons of forwards. I think he also does, as somebody in chat said, there's a Theodore in there. We just play the Theodore. Be wanted. Eventually. Matt? Oh boy. Yeah, this is bad. This is not good, folks. So we're going to con. So that's cheeky. So he's going to take it. Ooh, Krill. So he will get a card back. So here's the interesting thing. So if he's holding a Toto in hand, well, he might have to trade his Toto if he wants a backup Toto. That's the one thing I'm thinking. He could be just getting summons to backup Toto. He might take a chump block. Oh, that feels bad with the 1K. I think he has to kill the Rosa. I would have killed the Rosa, right? He's trying to go for game. Ooh, he's tapping to play the Seador. So he's going to draw. He's holding Toto in hand. Interesting. Very interesting. He's got to target Oron, right? True. It's very true. Forgot about that. Good catch, chat. Man. Cecil. So, I think we take a damage here, right? This is also interesting, too, because it also gets sheep to damage 3. So, it's definitely... Yeah, I couldn't tell either. I was gonna say if he did have a Toto, ooh, and just getting another Krill. I mean, he's the bursts are just absolutely. They're helping. They're helping a crap ton. They're helping a crap ton. What else we got here? I think this is a very hard choice. Yeah. Getting double cryo into Brynhildr is going to probably help him get back into the game, to be absolutely honest. Yeah, that's a new... Nick, you got a spoiler about that new cryo? I'm excited to see it. All right. So we're going ahead. We're going 2. Going 2. I think he's about to push. All right. I think this might be playing up. It's just so many dudes. So many dudes. So many homeboys on the board. How do we... I think this is our push turn. I think we just go for it. All right, so I think we're going to combat. I think. I hope. I hope we're going to combat. All right, so he's going to combat. Hitting with Rosa. So he's going to sack. What do you say about the sack there? Let's see. Gonna play the Cecil. Now Yuna can go ahead and tax the Cecil if it wants. How do you feel about that? That's some interesting part. And I think Adam is saying that is okay. Arc. Arc will trigger. Well, will Adam want Arc to trigger? I feel like if you let the Cecil trigger, you're probably also allowing the Arc, I think. Unless it hits a Toto. That could be the only other reason. If he's like, okay, if he draws the Toto, but he still has Toto LB on board. He has to get rid of that thing. Okay. No. So what do we get here? Did he whiff? No. He has a target. He can at least get tagged. Yeah, he can't push for game if he taxes. That's absolutely right. But can he push for game? Well, Adam has a grip, so if he's able to like tap some of his other forwards down, could potentially he could potentially go ahead and pay the Cecil tax to push him down. All right, so he has 2 forwards in play. So he's gonna dull. Yeah, he could grab win. There's the Ferris. Here's another Ferris. Oh, the Arc. That's kind of a big deal. Well, is it a big deal? I mean, he might live this turn. He might live. Oh, he's gonna party attack here. Yeah, I think the Urn Tech is fine. I think it's pretty good. It's a Lightning Rod. This game might be a lot different if he didn't have the rod. So, yep, that's it. All right, good game. Man, that was a real barn burner. A real barn burner. Wow. So, we are going to see a very interesting finals for the last game of the tournament. We're going to see Cat 6 Yuna, the sole Cat 6 Yuna that made it into Top Cut, a face-up against the sole Chaos Arc, and it sounded like it was a very teched version of Chaos Arc. Man. That was wild. Absolutely grind fest back and forth. Yeah, I think you know, it's hard to say exactly how that happened. Nice to see Worlds qualifier Dory Flynn in the chat. Look at that. Shout out to everybody watching that game. That was a long, drawn-out, grindy game. Yeah, it's going to have some interesting, fun things for the multicolored deck. All right. All right. All right. Thanks for everybody. Wow, we have so many people in here. All right. We are gonna have an interview with our 2 finalists, and we're just gonna we might stop for a short break right after I do my interview. But we're gonna do an interview with the 2 finalists. And I will say this should be a super interesting matchup. Something I did not expect out of this matchup. Yeah, man. It should be a really cool back and forth to see a Chaos Arc that's especially teched for the matchup. And then we'll have Cat 4 Yuna. It's definitely
the other player that you're playing against. Anthony, he might be walking in.
Yeah. I think we'll get
I'm
Adam
here.
on. We're here. Wow, we've been here too. Look at that. How you
Yeah, that
doing, man?
Chantoto LB
Congrats.
put in work, man.
I know. I felt like my screen froze for 2 hours, and then
He was like, "You have 2 taxes." I'm like, "Yeah," and then he shit Toto LBs. I'm like, "Oh man."
oh man. Like,
But
that
we got back
crazy.
into it.
I mean, crazy back and forth kind of thing, and you just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and it was kind of cool to see how much of a grind Yuna can really put into that game.
Yeah.
And I felt like too, it was very like not how you expected that game to go. Is that right in saying that, or?
Oh, game 1 went the way I expected it to. Game 2 was going my way until you had enough to Shantato LB. What I could have done differently, I should have played Mott, attacked him, and then played the Tidus. And that way I would have been able to, 1, get some damage in, and then 2, I would have had 1 more cancel, and he would have been able to Shantato LB me in game 2. But I didn't see that till after I got Shantato LB'd. But
yeah, it you know, you don't see it very often, but when it happens, it absolutely happens. And it was crazy because, you know, that game I really didn't think was going to be as, like, seeing the aggressive when you crack the Cecil, and in response to the crack, him Brynhildering the Yuna, that was just, it was just both players playing, you guys were playing both out of your minds, like absolutely out of your minds. So you definitely deserve to be here in the finals.
Thank you.
This is really exciting. I'm really excited to see so many people, especially East Coast, doing so well.
Yeah.
So I gotta ask, did you think you'd get here? That's kind of the big question.
I never go into a tournament thinking I'm gonna win. I've lost more games than I've won, and so I come here, I play. It's fun to play. It's fun to compete. Ned actually didn't think I'd be here, even though I'm playing Yuna. I thought I'd be in a bunch of mirror matches, and I'd be grinding, and I would hate my life. But then there turns out there's only 3 Yuna players at this tournament. There's 4.
There are only 3 players at the tournament?
4. I was just told there's 4 Yuna players. I'm the only one to make it in top cut. I played against 1 in round 2. It was super grindy. Never want to play that game matchup again. So small part of me is hoping I lose this, so nobody plays Yuna. So if I play it again, I don't have to play the mirror. But if I'm gonna lose anyone, I'm happy to lose to this guy. He's gonna win, by the way. He's got 16 Ixions and Shantotos, and
he's got like tons of looping. He has a ton of just looping summons. But I am rooting for both you guys. Both of you guys are good friends. I mean, either way, you came so far and you played so well, so don't count yourself out, you know.
Oh yeah.
Let me I'm wishing you both all the best. I'm wishing you the best. If you want to pass it to
Anthony.
Anthony, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a walk after that.
Yeah, I need a walk too. All right.
Yo.
Hey, buddy, how you doing, man?
I'm chilling.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Are you? I mean, you've talked to me prior in the last time we talked that you really teched this matchup for Yuna and other decks in the format. It's time to put all that to the now. Have you played any Yuna within Swiss or anything within the top?
I played Adam 3 weeks ago in this exact matchup, but he was on the Eureka and Hunter list from so it is different. It changes some of the nuances a little bit, but there's a lot of the similar game plan that I can do. I have not played on this weekend against Yuna. It is going to be it's a deck that can still win, because if Yuna gets the nuts, they'll always basically win, which is why it's a ridiculously stupid card. However, I have a few different game plan approaches, and a lot of them come down to like optimizing when to try to basically interact with them when they crack their Cecil. So I need to have like interaction available to try and shut it down before that happens. So I can go for like Ixion routes, I can go for Hecaton 5 routes, I can go for just a Raw Dog Chaos, and then they have a mental game of whether or not they want to crack the Cecil. If they crack the Cecil and I have an Arc in hand, then they would have to give me the green Cecil, which would be horrid for them. So there's a lot of like micro nuances in the deck because they also can't give me Yuna.
Sure.
Lulu is still really good because of the fact that she can manage to deal with like action ability. It is a little bit annoying that they're on Galuf and Katar. The deck doesn't have like a ludicrously high number of Galuf hits, so there is always the possibility of it whiffing, especially if they have already established a few forwards on the board. So the gist is that like this is probably going to come down to like who gets the better draw. Adam is a good player, and so I know that he's not going to make overwhelming number of mistakes. We're really close. We worked like the same. We're in the same career field. We know each other very well. We talk all the time. So like, I know him. Oh, Emmanuel is really presuming that I'm going to beat up Yuna.
I think that a lot of people I think that a lot of people kind of just look at we watched this game that was a real slugfest back and forth, and I think one of the things I've said about the entire matchup is that it's Yuna gives a different way to interact, and I think a lot of people are saying that like, yeah, it's very tech against a certain kind of way, so you got it. But I think there's a lot of nuances, and there will be a level of who draws better, but it will be a lot of method of who plays cleaner, right? I think that in a lot of matchup spreads when Yuna practices, Chaos Arc is definitely a deck that you don't get a ton of reps. So that can be the inexperience of that, but it's not like a negative inexperience. It's just something we haven't seen built in this same manner. This is so teched against the meta, and we talked a little bit about this at our interview on what we're going to do. I'm not going to say it, so you can keep whatever you need to the chest, but I definitely think that this is more interesting of a matchup than people presume it to be.
It's not, because Yuna needs to be banned, and it's a horrible, horrible experience for even the pilot hates it. So
yeah,
it's just so stupid.
It's just different. I'm kind of on the fence. I have different opinions about it, but we can, we're just gonna wrap it up. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. But we'll be right back with the finals of this match, and we'll see who will be punching their ticket to Japan. But we'll see you guys later. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break and then go from there. I'll see you soon. If you want to bring it back, I'm good now. All right, we are in the finals, so we are going to go ahead. Looks like they played a little bit. There we go. We're still. It looks like they're playing a Cecil. Playing the mold. Searching for Cecil with Coca. And it looks like Reeve is in, getting a Vincent. So I'm very interested to see. We talked a little earlier about how the matchup would be very, very, very different in regards to how Anthony would play his best of 3 set with the Chaos Arclist, because it was heavily teched towards that. Let's see how he goes to interact with that. You know what I mean? So we're going to go ahead. He's going to discard. I guess he's going to cast Luna Freya here. Makes me realize that the unit, maybe they don't have the best start that they wanted. We'll go ahead. Try to get that trigger. He won't have a response to that. Ooh, a Tyro would be huge. So he's going to go ahead, get the Tyro. And then get a Rosa. So he's just kind of slowly trickling towards the where he wants to be when it comes to all these characters. So I'm very excited to see how Anthony responds, because he talked very much during the stream there. So he's going to play a Delusionary Warrior. He's going to go ahead and search. Probably get the Lady of Antiquity here. Going to play the Lady of Antiquity. Probably pass the turn from there. So here's the kind of the interesting part compared to the last game. Well, Adam was very ready to kind of stop Adam from setting up, but in this game, Anthony is kind of cooking right now. So we have Rosa. We have Cecil. So he's drawing a card, getting it aloof off of damage. What do we search here for Adam? Adam goes and jams the Yuna. So now this is where things get interesting. So he now has this Yuna that's around and can tax things 2 times. If he wants to tax, he can. But I will say Anthony has like backups that are kind of useful. All right, so here's the Vincent. He's going to try to snap kill the Yuna, which is a very cheap, efficient way to do it. So he's going to make him pay an extra 1. Pay an extra 1. He's going to try to stack. On the stack, he's going to Hedicon chair on the stack. And here's something super... Anthony was just talking about this prior to the match. He wanted to make sure he triggered certain things when he goes to crack the soul. Trigger to wait to kill the Yuna. This is really heads up. This is something Anthony was talking about in our prior interviews. And man, now, but he still has this Cecil. And here's a Warrior of Light. That's pretty good. Wait, oh, I don't... Nah. Yeah. I don't think Aloof is... yeah. Aloof is damage. So he's going ahead, he's dealing a damage. Dealing another damage. He's getting a little aggressive. This is a very interesting... I haven't seen Yuna do something like this, which is very interesting. So he's slamming a Toto. Is he dealing 5k? Cool. Sick. I love that. Trying to go out on his own terms. Alright, so what does he do next here? Alright. So he has lost the Yuna and now doesn't have a board present. Anthony does. Very, very, very interesting turn. So now he has to kind of adapt. So now is he going back in the alley? Is he just doing a Leo draw? I will say, if he does do a Leo draw, man, that's signaling that he is, like, out of gas, right? Maybe not out of gas. Yuna gives you a lot of gas, right? But I will say that the gas, he's still able to put forwards on the board. Anthony's kind of set up here, though. He's kind of doing it on that end. So it's definitely something very, very interesting to do. So let's see what Anthony's kind of set up here. It's kind of a very interesting method of doing it. All right, so he's going to go ahead. Arise the Yuna. 5 backup shark is a very scary thing. I do like that. I do like that. Dang, this is pretty wild stuff, my friend. All right. Ooh, the Cloud just to cleanly kill the Yuna. Interesting. I think he has to be okay with that. He has a Minwa in hand. But I guess he doesn't have the water to pay for it, or just chose not. I mean, there's no reason to tax it, essentially. You're really not getting anything from here. So this is very, very cool. Yeah, the two homies against each other, that's for sure. That is definitely something that we definitely need to figure out here. So we're going to tap 3. I think this is a hard bet because Anthony's kind of set up. Kind of very interesting kind of a turn of events, really. Geez, this is just such a hard thing for the unit deck to even deal with. There's just so many moves are we on? This is the finals, Ming. This is the finals. Dang, what do we do next here? What do we do? So he's playing a Tyro, so he's going to be able to search. What do we search for here? I feel like getting a Cecil seems like the correct thing here. Yeah. But it looks like he's kind of set up. Super duper interesting on how this shark deck is really like kind of taking advantage of how just what he's doing, right? Yeah. So, dang, he's just jamming Arc and Cloud. I don't know how Adam deals with this. He's just vomiting forwards out just so that he can just finish. So he's going to play the Cecil so he can try to get some value. All right, so he's going to pay the alternative cost. He's going to try to take a damage. I think that's what Anthony's doing here. He's just spamming. I think Adam's deciding whether he wants to crack. I think he got punished really hard previously when he cracked when he was not in a advantageous state. This is kind of crazy. He's trying to arc on the stack. This is very interesting indeed. No, I think Cloud may have well, he didn't have haste the following turn, so this would be the next turn he'd be able. He just played a bunch of stuff. This is still Adam's turn here. I also think that, you know, Adam's super behind here. Yeah, attacking isn't free. It usually gets a burst of some sort, sometimes, but like you're also opening yourself to the matchup. All right, so here's the Quator. Trying to play a 4-cost or less into play, playing the Orin, taking a Materia to the damage. I feel like that probably hurts him a little bit because getting the unit on board would have probably gotten. Yeah. So here we go. Anthony's actually in a really solid spot. Looking at his LB, right? Kind of taking a look here on the back end. Interesting LBs he can use. Go towards this. It looks like he went for a Leo draw. Man, this is crazy. How do we kind of move this kind of... do I think they will? Usually finals is untimed. So they will probably... I hope not. We'll see. Only one way to find out. All right, Lightning is going to tutor and search for a Ixion. Is he going to... I think it depends. I think it'll go to a game 3. I definitely think it will. I think it's going to be a very, very unique situation. Dang. Dang, how do you maneuver this? I feel like Adam has used a lot of his limit break recently with the start off with Luna Freya. Definitely running different things on that end. Wow, what a crazy game. I mean, Adam has to kind of match the pressure, but I think, ooh, he's running Noctis, so I guess he's gonna target, target the Yuna and then cast the Yuna. Okay, that's actually an interesting line that he took here. The Noctis is actually pulling tons of weight. So here's the Yuna. Yuna comes into play. He still has the Minwu in hand if I haven't missed if he discarded it or not. So he's going to be able to like double, triple tax, something like that. This should be, or just kind of tap everything, right? This is kind of a crazy little move. And he has to target the arm, so he has multiple ways to really get through. So this is going to be a really crazy game. Guys, wow. This is just back and forth. This would be absolutely insane no matter who's there. Here's the Ixion. I don't think we pay the ticker here, but we get to, you know, clear out some things, kill some things. Ixion is going to pull a lot of weight here. So I guess he's going to tax, or, you know, the summon. He can just pay anything he wants, right? He's going to dull. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's dulling everything in response because he knows that the Ixion is going to kill the Yuna. Crazy, crazy, crazy. He paid the ticker cost to break all 3 cost forwards? Trying to remember, because then I think his Leo should be dead, right? I don't remember if he did they pay the kicker here? I'm trying to figure out here. Wow, this is just a lot of forwards, and he's just able to... Dang. Dang. This is some crazy matchups. Holy crap. This is just wild. Arc deck is really, really cool, but I think there just must have been a weird line of, can I dull all the things? I want to make sure that Leo should or should not be there. That might matter a little bit. All right, yeah, he just paid for the 2. Makes sense. All right, guys, this is a really back and forth bang-ranger. There's the X-Death. Just removing a bunch of characters from play. This is such a weird, interesting kind of interaction. So it's definitely... So going to combat. Crazy. Such a crazy game to see. Like, basically, Chaos is just going all out, just destroying, just absolutely putting on a masterclass. So it looks like he's gonna steal summon. Is he just gonna take arc? He's just gonna arc loop over and over. This is crazy. Yeah, that works that way. Wow. Gonna go loop the arc over and over. Loop the arc. Gonna break the unit. He's gonna try to pay. Pay. Die. Discard 2. That's crazy. Yep. Yeah. Unit is dead. What the heck's going on here? Oh my god. This is such a crazy game, just back and forth, just like, kind of like my mouth is dropped, just seeing how aggressive this shark list can actually get. Because you are essentially going to Um, so here we go. This is, I mean, this Krill is really putting in a ton of work. He's dull with a lot of forwards. He's dull with a lot of other things. Kind of wild. It's kind of crazy how this matched up. This is just absolutely bonkers. So if I were, I feel like this might be just over. It's crazy because it feels like the build is very I think Anthony's using this weird control game, and it's just like he's just like eating his board, right? Like even if he plays Yuna here on this board, he just has so many forwards, and he's able. Oh, he's conceding. Oh my goodness, that is wild, absolutely wild, insane. Wow, guys. So round one, I did not think I'd be saying this for this tournament or in a while, but Chaos Arc is literally running a clinic on this Yuna deck. He takes game one, and in game two, we might see Chaos Arc. If he takes one more, Anthony could be punching his ticket to Japan. Absolutely wild. It's so interesting to see this shark list because most of the shark lists I've seen has ended up just they're not able to go as wide as the shark list has, and the looping of Krill with Arc just over and over. It's like it's interesting because you look at Yuna and you say to yourself, okay, Yuna kind of taxes these autos cheaply, but if they don't have like a hand or anything like that, it's like they can't just go back and forth kind of thing. Wow, what a crazy, crazy game we have here. We are just literally watching like a brand new style deck that is absolutely kind of took a new form based on how the meta works. But this is something Anthony has talked about, how he's kind of crafted his deck to really formulate to, you know, kind of combat this crazy Yuna deck. So it's definitely very, very interesting. What do you guys think? Are you guys surprised as me? I'm definitely kind of dumbfounded seeing how aggressive this this shark list kind of taking face to do on a completely other kind of method of doing things. So that is just absolutely wild. I'd love to hear what people are seeing just seeing this list. Definitely he's done some crazy testing, some crazy looking, just some crazy lines. Yeah. So it's definitely, it's so cool to see a deck like this. This is finals, Julian. This is finals. Yeah, I say looping just because it's just taking the cards going back and forth, kind of things like that. Man, guys, what a game. All right, we're going to game two. Adam's on the play. He's going to take a mole. So, let's see how this game kind of goes to... Yeah, just to give you a term, the looping of, when I say that, it just means that, it just means that they're able to use it over and over and over again. So, clarification. So, see how I think Adam's a little confused on how to kind of interact with it. I feel like we just go try to Winfield spam. For anybody trying to get their somebody mentioned Men in Black is one of their favorite cards. The full arts are going to go way up after this tournament, that's for sure. So he goes for Artemisian. He just goes 1. Forum. He didn't shuffle. He kind of grabbed his deck. He grabbed his deck, put it to the bottom, and then drew. All right, so it looks like he is going. Yeah, that we had that in the beginning. It started, and he saw that they did a reshuffle because he started to. Yep, that's correct. Judge Shane, that's correct. See, Shane's on the lock. He knows. He's letting the peasants know. All right, so here's his Seymour. What is he? He's just getting the Ixion off the top. Wow, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So what do we do here? So, we tap 1. It's so interesting to see how efficient this shark deck really is in this. It'd be interesting to see how the meta is going to shift with this bracket. So here we go. All right, so we're going to Cecil, pay alternative cost. Play the Materia, he's going to pay the 2. Going to search for Yuna. I would say something funny that could happen if... No, he's not running that. Ooh, interesting. So the Materia is going to pay some work. Wow, guys, this is an absolutely bonkers game. I can't even like imagine how much how this is going to affect the meta in the future. All right, so he's discarding 2. He's just waiting for it. Done it, done it, done it. He's thinking about this. What is... Huh. Oh, he taxed it. It's interesting. I'm shocked he didn't try to go for Cecil pop and then go into like another tax. Maybe he just knew that it was not going to result in anything more. So he decided to not fight in that same way. All right, there we go. There it is. There's the, they're all laughing. I love that. That's the one thing I love about this game. This community is super great. Playing Oron. He's got a little lightning rod there. Yeah. Here's the tax. This is such a fun game. I love it. I love that like everybody's just being karate, even though this is like a qualification thing to Japan. Yep, he's gonna Hedicon chair, just blow everything up. Lady of Antiquity. He's really setting up really efficiently. And Adam really only has like 3 cards in hand, which is very unique. 2. Yeah, I think James says something very important because like the tax is so important when you're going to kind of set up this game, and but like once you have 4 backups, you're kind of not getting taxed anymore. It's really you're 2 in the mid to late game. You're in the mid game where it's not going to matter. And now he just has Mist Dragon. Oh man, crazy. He's removed the break zone, drawn a card. Yeah, he probably knew he had Heka too. This is pretty cool. Full art Krills, buy them now. Your full art Men in Blacks, buy them now. There's the Luna Freya. Yeah, X-Death would be kind of crazy here. I mean, yeah, you get the Tyro here, right? Tyro's just too strong. Get the Cecil. Is that what you want? Yeah, I think you want that. I think the Cecil just... Seeing Yuna get wrecked like this. Luna Prey. Absolutely nuts. There we go. Here's the Lulu. So Anthony has talked a lot about how his Lulu can kind of go and just go nuts. You know, it looks like he can remove summons and kill things and then discard. He can just ping multiple things by just discarding different cards. Yeah, control Stoinks. Control Stoinks is right. Naughty. There's the Cecil. We're gonna take a point. We're gonna draw a card, take a point. Wow. Steal their goose. Just crazy. This game is so nuts. There's a Porum. I'm gonna try to go to end. Give it a counter. The boo-boos feels time to I love chat right now. Time to offload my full art Lulus. Love it. All TCG player gets sold out immediately. Oh man, this is crazy. So what are we casting here? We're casting. Are we playing Cloud here? Is that just kind of literally Adam just said? Nuts, absolutely nuts. There's the Cloud. I think we're just popping the Porum. How do you feel about that? I think we might maybe decide to respond to Crack, or maybe just blank something. Lulu's already sold out. It's been. I didn't even know that. Jeez, this game is crazy. Absolutely crazy. That would be nice to get some full art Lulus. All right, let's see. He's gonna slam it. Oh, the X-Death. Oh my god. I mean, we He's just paying cost per X death. Okay. Man, I'm still in awe. I'm so in awe of this game. This game's crazy. So he's gonna go ahead, crack the Cecil. Ooh, we are getting the Water Cecil. Is that right? Water Cecil? Wow, that is... I mean, he runs it as a one-of, so he has to block if possible. This is an old-school card. All the other forwards in Cecil get 1k, and if they are dealt damage by a summon or an ability, it becomes 0 instead. Could be good against the Lulu. That's such an interesting thing, but he has to block. I could see Anthony, like, I mean, he's just smaller, right? It might be just a good crack for that. There's the Yuna. So that's the way he has to get through the must block clause on the Opus 2C. So never in my yeah, I didn't see a draw off Cecil. Did he draw off Cecil? I was gonna say, Shane's in the chat now. Oh, did he? Oh, he did. Yeah, he drew off Cecil, guys. He drew off Cecil. Yeah, you guys are too slow. I'm slow too. I've been looking at things that I didn't think happened here. Oh, Minwa. Miss. Oh. Oh. Stream is slow. There has been a little delay on my end, and that probably might be why I'm talking a little bit ahead. We're doing the best we can, but it's been really great seeing everybody in here. We've hit almost 100 people, which is absolutely nuts. Game is alive and well, my friends. Cares about that Magic game. So let's see. Let's see here. Dang, this is crazy. What do we do? I got to see the power of X-Death and just... Ooh. He's going to remove some summons. Is this... Oh my god. He might be flawless victorying him. Oh no, it's not going to happen like that. This is really assert post dominance. That's crazy. This is absolutely insane. Like, I apologize. I love the gameplay of this, so I've been more in awe than normal. Wow, this is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Jeez, he just has nothing on board. This is so crazy. And in black, oh my god. Just have Mist Dragon on, just ready to use. Oh, I think this is game. This is actually nuts. To see this list go so wild. Maloof, trigger. Yeah, there's the power. Doing that. Oh man, there's the Uron. Mercy for Cat. Yeah, it was kind of over when Ixion was cast, but it's still cool to see how this deck interacts. So there we go. We're going to arc. Well, you should lose some cards. Right? Oh, man. This is an absolute massacre. He's still on the... Adam's such a good sport, man. Oh, and he's gonna mill him? Oh my god. Jeez, what a game, man. What a game. I couldn't even tell you. Yeah. I can't even tell you. This is what I thought was going to win. In a million years, I thought. This is a huge, huge. Adam is indeed a cool guy. Congrats. Oh my god. Anthony winning the Canadian Crystal Cup with probably the most interesting meta call deck that I've seen in such a long time. Such a long time. God, congratulations to Anthony Pigio winning the Canadian Crystal Cup, punching his ticket as one of the Team NA's getting his Tier 2 invite to the World Championships in Japan. I know he's such a good player, such a good grinder, such a good, nice guy. It was a solid meta call. He made a meta call to really adjust his deck to play in a certain method. And he called it right. It was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I gotta say, this tournament was definitely so well run. First of all, shoutouts to 401 Games. They've provided really good screen quality. I've heard a lot of people really, really enjoying just the commentary. Hopefully you liked my commentary, even the goofy way I pronounce things sometimes. We are gonna have a final words with Anthony before we head off. But thanks for everybody watching and enjoying this. This was such a cool finals, a very cool, unique finals. I think the one thing that this shows is that the meta is so wide open, and you can literally do whatever you want in this meta. You really, really can do whatever you want. And that's the one thing I love about this game. Now, there's not many games where you can say, you know, I can just run something really unique and different and punch a ticket to Japan. It was definitely a really, really, really cool back and forth. There were 16 decks that we saw, and I will say the highest number of decks that were shared together were 3. We saw a total in the top 16, 10 different decks. And the one Soul Shark deck that really kind of was a huge meta call. It's so exciting to see, and just very, very well played by both players, right? Adam did a great job as well, maneuvering all weekend long, getting his Titus mat, getting a bunch of cool things for doing that. And he's also a very nice guy. If you haven't played in any of the competitive season, it's definitely something that, seeing that even, people feared the Yuna with Yuna not even taking home the gold today, you can really just play whatever you want. And it's so great that all these great people have come and, really, really, are really well deserving good people in the community that really, really deserve. But it's just a very nice feeling to see such good people. Used to come to my locals, comes out to locals in Jersey. The East Coast is really popping off right now, and it's super cool to say that. Very, very, very fun. I really appreciate everybody engaging in the stream. Shoutouts to 401 Games. Seriously, they've done a great job. I know they have an online store. Please buy some product from them. Maybe if they get another one next year. It looked like it was a lot of fun. They were doing giveaways for boxes. They were giving away tons of different things. There's a bunch of different. Shoutouts. What's your name, by the way?
Yo.
By the way.
What's up,
Anthony.
man? What?
Ask the guy just gave you the microphone. What's his name?
Oh, Rob asked, "What's your name?" Or he asked, "What's your name?" Yeah. James, you've been like the best.
Shout out to James in the background. Who cares about this guy who won? James in the background has literally been mediating, helping me push for all these interviews and people. Shout outs to James, who's been really, really quiet. We've seen this guy enough. Why would I want to see this guy? No, I love Anthony. But yes, shout outs to everybody that's on the scene. And I guess we'll talk to Anthony, I guess. Hi, Anthony.
Hello.
Hello. Hey man, I couldn't imagine a nicer person to get the win. I'm super happy for you, and it was such a really, really cool meta call that you made that really made this unique interaction piece where you could actually go wide and play the krills were really cool to see. Just being able to interact with the opponent's board. I'm so happy. I'm more happy that you won, punched your ticket, because by default, Base Grace is going to Worlds, man.
Yeah.
How does she feel right now? How does Base Grace feel?
So it's actually funny because we're going on a family vacation to Vietnam the week before Worlds, and we have a layover in Japan on Friday, coming home. So now all we have to do is delay our return flight home. I'm already going to be in Japan on that day.
It's so ironic. That's so ironic. We found a way to get Base Grace to get into Worlds. Everybody, we need to start the hashtag Base Grace. If anything comes from this tournament, that's what it should be. Hashtag Base Grace. I hope she hears me. She's gonna hate all this attention. She's never gonna want to talk to me again.
No,
but
she won't.
Dude, how's it feel, my dude? How's it feel? I bet you're stoked.
I'm so happy, and I'm great friends with Adam. And I adore him.
Adam's
so
great.
There's literally no one who I would rather have been on his side of the bracket in finals against. So it was extremely nice to play against Adam and beat up Yuna. I was actually really worried, and I didn't want to tell Adam because I think he psychologically was tormenting himself with the matchup. But Key and I played this matchup. Key and I played this matchup, and I lost 80% of the times. But
wow.
Key was also drawing like a god, and I had the literal perfect scenario in all of those to keep pushing my lead more and more.
Yeah.
And the key with the deck is really just to be careful and never overextend. There were times where I could have paid. One thing he didn't do, which is not correct, is that he didn't ever freeze my backups on my turn. It's always most optimal to do that, because at the end of the day, it will end up being the exact same CP value, except now I possibly have to overpay or pay something weirdly on cost.
Yeah.
So it ended up, it never really mattered because I was being cognizant of it, and I was making sure my plays would have resolved anyway. Oh,
for sure.
but no, it was it was rough, and I was nervous for the matchup going in, and it because like
It
the
all worked
Lulu
out,
does
man.
Lulu does a lot less in this version, but Lulu is extremely annoying still because the 7K on auto is almost like taxing the Refia auto. It's like you have to do it, but like it's an annoying auto to tax.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very annoying, and it seems a lot less resource inducive to do so. I really like watching the game. I felt bad because I know throughout the matchup, I mean, you know me personally, I don't shut the hell up. Like I was just so in awe of like what was going on in this game because you were going so wide and like using man, Kryle was crazy. So many like, and Lulu was crazy. Oh man, dude, I'm so happy for you. I can't. It's so awesome. I'm super happy for
Yeah.
you guys, and I'm so happy you got the dub here. Yeah. So I get congratulations for making the NA Worlds team. We will see you in Japan. Shout outs to Grace. Super shout outs to Grace.
Shout outs to Grace.
I know-
Shout outs to my family who let me come, even though I left all my dogs, the gamers game people, and I'm a religious guy, and I thank God that I did not brick on 6 dark cards all weekend.
Blessed be Dark Card. Oh man, dude, I'm so happy for you, my man. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Shout
you
outs
so
to
much.
Base Grace. And hey, I hope maybe I'll see you at the LQ in Bluebell. If not,
I can.
I'll
I'm working.
Yeah,
I was
it's
actually supposed to be
okay.
working tonight, but I traded shifts with somebody to come.
Oh, I got a funny story how I got away with this. So I have a blackout period at Amazon right now. I hope my employer didn't, but I got a doctor's note. So
I'll write you one.
That's right. That's what I asked. My mom's a doctor. I was like, write me a note, and she was like, I don't know.
I
how to
ain't
do it. I'm
writing
like,
you anything. Anything.
you better. That is right. That is right. That is the right thing. Don't.
No,
disappoint
Gabe is
my
trying to
Canadian-
commit. Gabe's trying to scam Amazon.
I am. He probably he had a rough time this year, so maybe I shouldn't do that to such great people. But anyways, I'm gonna let you enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations again. I'll talk to you soon. And shout out to 401 Games. Thanks to everybody in the chat. We peaked at
Yes.
100 people, guys. Like that was super sick to have so many people watching such a clinic, so many different decks. And like honestly, I'm so happy to be able and get the opportunity to commentate. If anybody's interested in hearing more commentation, I'd love to do more of it. But congrats, Anthony. Thank you for the weekend. Thank you
Thank
for
you so
everybody
much.
joining. And shout outs to 401 Games, seriously. This is On the Draw Games, also Second Sucks Games. You can subscribe to my Twitch or my Instagram. I'll have more pictures of more events coming up, but I hope to see you guys soon. It's Gabe signing out.
I'll see you guys. Thank you so much.
Man. Love this game. So good.